And it's still going on.
Their last win came in that Monday night game against LSU back in 2005. That was rescheduled because of a hurricane, as I remember it.
Are you kidding?
That was their last win against an AP top 5, according to Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South.
You know, the interesting thing about that is after that win, because I'll never forget that year went off the page. I had Tennessee playing Purdue for the national championship. Yeah.
Well, LT, what were you smoking?
Well, Tennessee was a top 5 team.
Tennessee's not even the most offensive part of that. Purdue?
Yeah.
Who did Purdue have that you were so fired up about?
I don't even remember, man.
That was post Drew Brees.
Yeah, but they did not have a good season.
Okay, anyway. So that's what you were saying, is that you had Tennessee and Purdue to win the national championship? 2005, the last time they have beaten a top 5 Associated Press ranked team. And though he goes a little further, though. Tell me if this is a problem. In those losses, Tennessee was held to 3 touchdowns or fewer, 21 points or less, 26 of the 28 times.
Wow.
That's pretty incredible.
It really is.
So, according to Connor, Tennessee has not beaten. Let's see how many chances they'll
have
get.
They'll have 2 this year.
Alabama and Georgia. Those are the only 2. Mm-hmm. And they're going to be pretty hefty underdogs in both those games, I would imagine.
Against Alabama, probably 17 to 20-point dogs.
In
against
Knoxville.
Georgia, Georgia, same thing, 17 to 20.
They play Georgia in Athens or Knoxville?
Athens.
In Athens. So they're going to be close to 3 touchdown dogs in both those games.
Yeah.
Man, that is a remarkable stat that they have lost 28 consecutive games against AP top 5 teams. 2005 versus LSU. I vaguely remember that game.
I do.
I just remember, obviously, it was because of a hurricane is the only reason they were playing on a Monday night.
But it was a tight game. Tennessee had to come back. I guess Clausen was the quarterback, and I forgot who the LSU receiver is. Scored a late touchdown. They took the lead, and then I think Tennessee ended up scoring late.
My goodness.
It was a good game, though.
21 points or less, 26 of those 28 games.
You remember where they played that game?
Was it not in Baton Rouge?
I thought it was in Sun Devil Stadium.
Oh, was it that game?
I think it was.
Yeah, I remember LSU playing. They had to play a game at Sun Devil Stadium.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that was that Monday night game.
Was it really? Mm-hmm. See, I might even be thinking of another Tennessee game. Now, I do remember this was obviously not that game, but I remember under Derek Dooley, you had the famous 13 men on the field Tennessee LSU game.
Yeah.
That was, and Tennessee had that game won. Well, they made a stop with 13 men on the field, assuming they make the same stop with 11 men.
I watched that
11 men on
with
the
a
field.
bunch of Tennessee fans, by the way.
Oh, I bet they were so pissed at Dooley. Because remember him celebrating. He didn't even know they had 13 men on the field.
It was actually Clay and Chad and a lot of those guys from Tennessee.
Outkick?
Yeah. And they had come in. We took a bus from Odie's, and it was the Alabama-Florida game, that night game.
Right.
Verno was with us. It was quite the crew. But, yeah, we watched it at a tailgate, somebody's front yard.
Yeah, 2:30 CBS kick. I remember it, yeah. What a wild end that one was. Hey, before we get out of here, a reminder, Champions Boxing, great workout for you. It's fitness and competition training. Use the fundamentals of boxing to help you reach your fitness goals. Basically, it's mental and physical training for all ages 7 and up. We know one of our friends got his kid in this, and his kid has absolutely loved it, and he's thrived in it. Rockstar, is it a fight club?
No, God, no.
It's not a fight club at all. No, not at all. But what you do is you go check everything out on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL. Great way to work out, lose those pounds you want, build some muscle, just get a good mental and physical training at the good folks, at Champions Boxing. Corner of 119 Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. See more on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL. So there are a lot of teams that are trying to break some streaks coming into this season, but Tennessee is one of those teams. That's the good news for Josh Heupel if he wants to break that streak. As long as Bama and Georgia are at this level, you're going to play an AP top 5 team quite often, at least 2 a year.
Well, look, and if he gets one of those 2 this year, I think Tennessee has an outstanding year.
Oh, yeah, and he'll be a hero. He'll be a conquering hero at that point. All right, that's going to do it for today's Next Round. Thanks to Bobby Carpenter for giving it the good college try from the State Park there in the state of Ohio. Also, the great Phil Still with us. We are back with you, Clay Travis, and much more on the Tuesday edition. Always everything we did available on demand, nextroundlive.com, Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, all the podcast platforms, and always available right there on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and set your alerts on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock on the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome in. It is a Tuesday. Next round live. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway's still out sick. I think the staff behind the glass there had him 100% in today. But I checked with, Jimmy D last night, and pretty bad sore throat.
Yeah, he told me a 10 out of 10.
That's what he told me.
It's the worst pain he's ever experienced.
Oh, good. So that's good.
Yeah, it's something to look forward to if you happen to get it.
Yeah. I watched Billy Bob Thornton get his fingernails pulled out in a movie on Friday night.
What movie would that be?
The Gray Man, the most expensive movie ever made in Netflix history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got his fingernails pulled out. Huh?
Yeah.
One by one?
One by one.
Sounds painful.
You think that would hurt?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Marty did on his toes, didn't he, on Ozark?
When he was held by the cartel?
Yeah, at his own home.
Yeah, I don't remember
Where
that.
they started.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd tap out quickly. What do you need?
Okay.
What do you want to hear?
Let's talk.
Just pull the pliers out and show them to me. It's a possibility.
So we hope Jim is back tomorrow. Let's hope he gets better. Rockstar there, Scott Forrester running our video, John Lunsford keeping everything put together, Taylor Korn on our social media. You can hit us up there at Next Round Live, at Ryan Brown Live, at Jim Dunaway. On Twitter, at the Lance Taylor as well, or hit us in the chat room if you're watching us on YouTube. Please make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hammer that thumbs up. We ask you to do that every day. That's helpful if you'll just hit that little thumbs up. That is so good for us, and set those alerts so you know we're there. A lot to get to today coming up on the show. We're going to talk some college football in our next segment with our buddy Josh Pate. Late Kick Josh is going to join us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and just a little bit later on, Outkick founder Clay Travis. Tons of college football to get to. And every NFL camp is now open, Lance. So all the NFL teams out on the field as of today. The Hall of Fame game is, 9 days away?
Yep.
Next Thursday, you'll see Jags Raiders in the Hall of Fame game there in Canton, Ohio. So actual football on the field not too far away. And that's show by camps opening. College camps, unless I've missed one. And I'll hold out the possibility I have, in fact, missed one. I think Nebraska is going to be the first one on the practice field.
Yeah,
they're on tomorrow, I know for sure.
The only one that I've heard for sure.
Yeah.
Back to the NFL, do you think we're finally going to see a repeat champion for the first time in 20 years?
I know you hope we do, but my answer would be no to that.
Yeah, I don't think it will happen.
Yeah.
It's crazy how we've always talked about parity in the NFL, but there was a time in the NFL where it was Steelers, Cowboys, 49ers,
yep.
Patriots. There was just domination. It was top heavy, and now that's become college football. And I never really thought we would see it in college football.
Right.
And maybe now with NIL, maybe it balances out a little bit.
Maybe so. I think that's what Nick Saban was talking about last week with the haves and the have-nots. And he's saying, look, this is coming from a have. Make no mistake. I'm not saying we're a have-not or in danger of being a have-not. We're a have, but there are haves and there are have-nots. And I saw a lot of people say, Nick Saban talking about parity in college football is hilarious. I mean, he's not pretending that there is parity, or B, that his school is not one of the reasons there's not parity. He's not even pretending that. He's just saying, I'd like for there to be more parity. And I think for some reason, and I know you're talking about the NFL, but you ask about NIL, for some reason, there's this belief, I think, by a lot of people that it's Alabama's responsibility to dial it back so that there would be parity in college football. Why would Alabama ever do that?
Well, and look,
why would Georgia or Ohio State do it?
I'm not going to see everybody was on a level playing field, but there are coaches that outwork other coaches.
Yeah.
And I think there are, I'm not going to say every school, even every Power Five has the means to go out before NIL, and when there was some stuff below board done, that they could necessarily do that, but a good majority could.
Yeah, I mean, when we were growing up, it did feel like there was more parity in the 80s when we were growing up.
Well, even let's go back to the 90s in the SEC West.
Well, in the 90s in the West, Mississippi State went to Atlanta.
Arkansas went multiple times.
Yep. Auburn went to Atlanta. Alabama went to Atlanta. Ole Miss still has never been. LSU went to Atlanta. Did they go in the 90s? Maybe not. But, there was a good 12 to 15 years where every school in the West but Ole Miss went to Atlanta. And now it's basically Bama, LSU, and Auburn occasionally gets there.
Yeah. It's really Bama.
Yeah.
I think 5 of the last 7 years, maybe.
Yeah.
It's been Alabama. So, yeah, we just don't really have the parity in college football. And, I'd like to see it get back to that point.
Yeah, but I don't want to see I don't want it to seem like Ole Miss and Georgia and Alabama and those schools have to dial it back and come back to the pack. I wish the pack would catch up with them.
That's what I want.
Yeah, but I don't know that that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if it is either. But just listen to these numbers. And, like, in the NFL, who was probably the best regular season team last year?
In the NFL?
It was
Well,
probably
maybe the Titans?
Or Green Bay.
Titans or Green Bay. Yeah, that's your one seeds, right?
I would be interested to see how many times Green Bay was more than a 10-point favorite. I would say once or twice.
Maybe, yeah.
Alabama last year, 19.5, 54, 14.5, 45, 14.5, 18, 17, 25, 28.5, 51.5, 20.5, 20.5.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then they were catching 6.5 against Georgia.
Yeah, how weird, right? The game they won, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By 17 points.
Right.
But, I mean, that just show you. I mean, you would never see that in the NFL, and I really think it would be a tough product to watch if you had blowouts like that.
Oh, it would be. It would be. But also in the NFL, you've got to have the stomach. You've got to recalibrate your expectations that a 13-4 is an extremely good record. You get 4 college losses, and I don't even know what the equivalent would be. I guess that would be 2 college losses.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, 10-2 is disappointing for Alabama and Ohio State right now, and Georgia. Georgia's to the point where 10-2 is disappointing for them. There are a lot of schools that would give a family member to go 10-2.
Yeah,
I mean, Ole Miss went 10-2 last year, and it was celebrated. I mean, they lost to Alabama, they lost to Auburn, but they go 10-2. They go to Sugar Bowl, and it was one of the best seasons in school history.
But how many wild cards do we have? Well, we've got 7 postseason teams at each conference now, right? Mm-hmm. Because the one's the only one that gets the bye now.
That's right.
Yeah. So you've got 14 of 32 teams going. I mean, if we had a playoff where you had 50 teams in college football,
it'd be a big playoff.
Yeah, it'd be way too much.
It'd be way too much. And that's the thing. There's so many college teams. The talent is spread so thin. In comparison to the NFL. I mean, the NFL, you've got so few teams and such small rosters, you're able to create equity by the way the talent is spread. The only thing that separates the NFL teams from one another to me is which one gets quarterback right and which one gets quarterback wrong. If you get quarterback right, the rosters are so close otherwise, generally, you're fine. But if you get it wrong, you're on the bad side of it.
And there are some exceptions with head coaches. I mean, I think, and you would agree with this, I mean, head coaches in college football make the difference. And one of the reasons is because of the recruiting, the structure. I mean, the NFL is pretty much run like the NFL is run.
Yep.
And there are some elite coaches in the NFL, but it typically does come down to that quarterback.
Like you can get in college football, to use that comparison, this is why these sports are so different, even though it is the same exact sport. It's why the leagues are so different. The levels are so different. In college football, you can get quarterback extremely right and still be a fairly average team. I mean, I'll give you a good example of that. Robert Griffin III was one of the best college quarterbacks we've ever seen, won the Heisman Trophy, and that was a 3-loss Baylor team.
Yep.
I mean, that's the equivalent of an NFL MVP at quarterback. That team is probably 15-2 or, 13-4.
Yeah, and Georgia wins the national championship with Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
Stetson Bennett right now in the NFL.
That's a mid-tier quarterback in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, that's like trying to...
It's Kirk Cousins.
It's winning the Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
Yeah. How unlikely is that?
Would be pretty unlikely.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just different. I mean, it's just different, the two are. But if we're ever going to have parity in college football, I don't know really how we get there. I think the only way we have parity is the model I've always said we're screaming towards anyway. And that is a select group of teams at the top pull off and do their own thing, and the teams left behind do their own thing. It creates parity on both those leagues. And I think that's where we're headed anyway.
Outside of 2019, which I don't think you would have had a LSU in your top 5. I mean, do you not feel confident right now if I gave you 5 teams against the field, you could get it?
Yep. If you would give me 5 right now, I would
put anything,
almost anything in the world on it. Yeah,
almost any amount of money, and that's.
If you gave me 5 NFL teams, boy, I couldn't sleep at night.
No.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I think if you gave me 10 NFL teams, I'd feel good.
I feel good, but there'd be something gnawing at me.
Wouldn't feel great. I mean, we do the exercise every year with Dunaway where he just hands me a steak by trying to pick those playoff teams. That's coming up, by the way. But
we got to get them back healthy first.
Yeah, we do got to get them back healthy. But in college football, I mean, you could almost, this wouldn't have been the case last year, because I don't think you would have gotten the Pac-12 with Utah. You definitely wouldn't have gotten the ACC with Pitt.
No, I'd 100% been in on Clemson.
I don't think you would have gotten the Big Ten.
With Michigan? No, I'd have gone to Ohio State.
You hellish wouldn't have got the Big 12 with Baylor, so forget my exercise there.
Oh, I'd have gotten the SEC.
Yeah, you would have gotten the
But
SEC.
I would have almost missed it. I mean, I would have felt bad about it right up until the second half of that Bama-Georgia game.
I mean, how many conferences do you feel good about right now? You can tell me who the conference champion is. I feel good about the ACC. No, I don't.
Well, no, you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have said the same thing last year and been wrong.
And because I do like NC State a lot.
Yeah.
I feel really good about the Big Ten. Feel pretty good about the SEC.
Again, you would have said the same thing last year and been wrong.
I have no feel for the Big 12 at all, and I feel good about the Pac-12. I think I could get 3 of 5.
I mean, I would bet against you.
Yeah.
I really would. Just because Clemson, we saw it last year. I think, well, that's one of those
I would
you
take
backed
a
off
flyer on Clemson. I don't
Yeah.
know who I would take in the Big 12 right now.
I wouldn't take anybody and feel great about it.
I mean, maybe Oklahoma, maybe.
I mean, Brent Venables' first year. Yeah. Dylan Gabriel.
But you're not going to trust Sark. Baylor's not doing this back-to-back.
I mean, I just can't believe Baylor's going to do it back-to-back.
Gundy has these years that go like this.
I know, but it feels like a Gundy year.
But this could be. Well, I thought last year was a Gundy year.
Well,
again,
he was in the game.
Again, if they win the Big 12, they go to a college football playoff last year. I think Kansas State might be this year's Baylor.
That was so Gundy, right? Basically,
Yeah.
you get stopped on the goal line on a 1 in a million play. I mean, you're going to score most of the time there in that situation, and that keeps you out of the college football playoffs.
I saw in town not long ago this big truck, and it had Oklahoma State all over it.
Yeah.
So-
Like a transfer truck or
like a
souped up?
Yeah, souped up. I forgot what kind of truck it was.
Yeah.
We'll say it was a Dodge Ram.
Okay.
Just for old time's sake. But it had Oklahoma State all over it. It was black and orange,
Right.
obviously. And I was just thinking to myself, that guy, there are 2 moments in time that really have killed him. It was the Friday night game against Iowa State.
Yeah.
I mean, they were in a one-game situation against LSU, and as good as Bama was that night, Oklahoma State would have had a shot against that LSU team, the way
Maybe
they
so.
played.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And this year, all you got to do is you've got first and goal from inside the 3-yard line. You score there, you get into a college football playoff. Look, you don't win it, but still being in the college football playoff is
Yeah, I
huge.
mean, they take Cincinnati's spot, right? They go play Alabama.
And they get beat.
Yeah, they go play Alabama in Dallas. Same stadium.
Yeah, what if they would have – was Alabama the one last year?
Yeah. Yeah, because they beat Georgia and moved up to the 1.
Alabama probably – if it would have been Oak
Because
State,
Bama got Cincinnati.
they probably would have taken it to Miami.
You think so?
Yeah.
Bama, Oak State, and Miami?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want Oak State coming to Dallas, would you?
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that's a decent fan base. It's
Yeah.
not Oklahoma, but, boy,
Yeah.
they would have traveled.
I mean, Alabama's fans are outnumbered by Cincinnati. You weren't at that game, were you? You were sick. You had the COVID. Cincinnati had more fans there than Alabama, and it didn't make one bit of difference. I think that stadium is so big you can't really create a home field advantage.
Yeah.
Like I think the Cowboys struggled to do that.
Yeah, I've only been one time. I went to that Michigan Denard Robinson game against Alabama.
Yeah.
And there was no atmosphere. It was a cool place.
Yeah, I mean, I've been several times. Like Michigan State, Bama, I can't really remember the crowd split there. I think it's probably about 50-50. Michigan State fans are pretty fired up. Bama, Cincinnati last year, I think Cincinnati had more. I mean, they were just so juiced. Maybe it was 50-50.
You know, those domes, it's tough. And,
It's just you can't create a home
Chicago's
field.
talking about a dome right now.
Oh, I've seen the pictures.
And the pictures look great.
I know.
But I was going to bring this up. Mercedes, as nice as it is, and I don't know what you consider the nicest venue you've been in up until this point.
I like Mercedes-Benz. Now, Jerry World is really, really nice. I like Lucas Oil. Do not like Phoenix. I like Mercedes-Benz.
I think SoFi
That's my favorite one.
probably is the
I just
GOAT
haven't
right
been
now,
there,
and
yeah.
I haven't either. But my point on Mercedes was going to be, I've been to SEC championships. I've been to – have we had a national championship there?
Where?
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
in Mercedes.
second 26.
I tapped out, though. You were there, right?
I was there.
I decided not to go. I stayed down the street and watched it on TV, actually in the hotel room. But I've been to Super Bowl. I've been to SEC championship game, and the best atmosphere I've seen at Mercedes-Benz, Taylor Swift. I'm just saying it's hard.
It's like he feels like he has to make up for Dunaway not being here.
I'm being honest. I think the concert was the best atmosphere at that venue.
All right, quick. I want to hear more about this. Mortgage right first, though. Mortgage Right Coast to Coast, no matter which one of those stadiums we're talking about, they can help you get in that home of your dreams.
Yeah, look, Mortgage Right, these guys just locally owned and operated, but they are out 50 states. Wherever you're listening to us right now, they can help out. Inflation, we know, is out in full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149% in the past few decades. There is no sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The two best, so I've been to several games at Mercedes-Benz. I've seen the Dolphins beat the Falcons there. That had to be my favorite. But the single best, I mean, that Georgia-Bama SEC championship game in 2018 was an incredible atmosphere.
Yeah, I was down the street for that one too.
Yeah. So the problem is you don't go to these games.
Well, look, full disclosure, we get two credentials.
Yeah, generally we're limited on credentials.
Yeah,
they
and I'll
limit
let you and
everybody.
Dunaway have those, and every now and then when I grab a ticket, I'll come. It's just not that big of a deal to me.
So the other one,
I'm going to leave early anyway.
I know, the 17 national championship game. No way you would have left that one early. Absolutely no way you leave that one early.
Wouldn't have, no.
Yeah, I mean, that thing was either going towards Bama attempting a field goal at the end, which is always an adventure, for the win, or going to overtime.
I did leave this one early, though.
Which one?
And it looked good at halftime. Alabama, Georgia, and Indy.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you did. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the Taylor Swift, I'm sure it was a great.
No, here's what I would say
I
about
don't
it.
mean to
went
diminish how that concert was.
I was listening to Taylor Swift just with the kids here and now. Not a huge fan, but after the concert, I was a big fan because she played for like 2.5 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
And you've got all these little girls that are from, I don't know what small town. Who said the small town the other day?
What are you talking about?
Somebody brought something up. What does Wimp say? Gordo to?
Oh, good gracious to Gordo or something like that. Yeah.
So you got these little girls from like Gordo and small towns all over the place, and their parents probably have saved this money up for this one time to take them to see Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
And Taylor Swift makes sure she puts on a show for them.
Good. I mean, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that was probably the loudest I've actually ever heard Mercedes. So anyway, she puts on a good show, and so I respected and appreciated that.
Yeah. By the way, Kerry says Utah winning the Pac-12 was the only bowl prediction he got last year. Our prediction Friday coming up, 3 guarantees. He says, I think my other 2 were Nebraska upsets Oklahoma. That was actually very close last year, Nebraska-Oklahoma. Yeah. We'll hear from Scott Frost in just 1 second. Cut 1, Rockstar, if you want to put the bullets in the gun. And Mizzou finishes second in the East. You were nowhere close on that one. Walker says, I live in North Dallas. Arlington is so sketchy. I wonder how much longer it'll be until Jerry gets upset with all these new domes outshining his and decides to build another. The new Texas Rangers Stadium feels very corporate. Love the AC, but you 100% don't feel like you're at a baseball game. That was wild to me when we pulled up to Jerry World for Bama Cincinnati. They've got the, Jerry World is there, then the new Rangers Stadium is there, and the old Rangers Stadium. They haven't torn it down. It's just still sitting there.
Yeah,
it's like they've got all the land in the world out there.
What was the city that hosted the World Cup, and they had all those stadiums everywhere, and they just left them?
Well, Brazil did that with the Olympics, I think. Yeah.
Was it Brazil in the Olympics?
Yeah, well, that's usually happens. They turn into white elephants.
Yeah, well, the World Cup and the Olympics. Yeah, they go in and they spend all this money building all these venues, and then they just abandon them.
It's really sad when you think about it.
Atlanta is one of the few that got it right.
But, Atlanta, back to Turner Field, I know there's a lot of people that like Truist a lot more. I was indifferent. I thought Turner Field was fine.
I thought Turner Field was just kind of boring and sanitary. There was nothing exciting about Turner Field. Truist is much better.
Do you really
in my
think
opinion,
so?
Yeah. Turner Field was just there. I mean, it was so big and cavernous, and it had zero character. I just didn't like Turner Field.
Yeah, I think Truist is okay.
Yeah, Truist I thought was smaller, more intimate, feels more ballparky to me.
But the Rangers' new park is almost like a warehouse, right?
It looks like it, yeah. It looks like an airplane hangar when you pull up. I've never been inside it, obviously. I was never inside the old one. My brother used to live out there, and he used to swear by the old one and how nice it was. But see, that's 2 decades ago. Right, I'm sure it's not nice in comparison to today. It's probably like Wrigley Field.
It's amazing though that we've got to build these new venues.
Yeah,
and it just shows you where the TV contracts are right now, though.
There's no doubt. All right, here's Scott Frost. By the way, looks like he's already had a rough day.
Jesse Plemons.
It is.
It
Jesse
looks like he's on a
Plemons.
game show.
All right, so we've got game show. He's got 1,000 11 points right now in his game show, Rockstar.
Yep.
He looks like Jesse Plemons. I say he looks like Jesse Plemons, who's had a rough day already, got the tie loosened.
Well, knowing Scott Frost in Nebraska, he's going to have the answer right in his head, but he's going to misword it.
You think so?
And they're going to go to the judges, and they're going to say doesn't count.
All right,
I'm not racist, but we're ready to practice.
I've not heard what he says here. This is on Pressure to Win. Scott Frost from Big Ten Media Days, the head coach of Nebraska.
I don't pay any attention to it. Any year you're coaching at a school like Nebraska or any of these schools in the Big Ten, there's going to be pressure to win. And, we certainly were playing catch up with a lot of teams for a long time. I think we've done a good job closing the gap, had our chances to win a lot more games than we have. It's our time to do it, and the pressure doesn't change.
Well, he knows there's pressure to win. He took a pay cut and he fired people and gave up his buyout. I mean, he knows there's pressure to win. I mean, it's obvious. He can say he doesn't pay attention to it, and that's fine. Maybe he doesn't, but he clearly knows it's there. All he's got to do is look at that check that comes every other week and know it's much smaller than it used to be.
So 8 of 9 losses last year by one possession. You flip those around, obviously he's 11-1. The only team that beat them by more than one possession was Ohio State, who beat them by 9 points.
Yeah, much closer game than you would have thought.
Yeah, Michigan, who wins the Big Ten, only wins that game by 3.
Yeah.
I think Nebraska is really close. A lot of this is going to be dependent upon how good Casey Thompson is, your transfer coming over from Texas. But I think this is the year that Scott Frost turns it around.
All right, Michelson, look ahead. Coming up next, Josh Pate, 24/7 Sports, and a little bit later on, Outkick founder Clay Travis.
Again, 969-8100, that's the number you need to write down. Make the call today. Look, if you've been thinking about LASIK, no reason to procrastinate. You're wasting money each and every year on contacts and solution or eyeglasses. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to set you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson. Michelson Laser Vision truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today. Just schedule that hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. All right, we continue on the next round. Let's go now to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Our buddy Josh Pate, Late Kick Josh, 24/7 Sports, waits for us there. What is up, Josh? How are you?
Well, I'm in that netherworld between media days and then when camp opens, which is where everybody in the building except you takes vacation. So I'm working from home. They don't even know I'm not in the office. No one knows anything around here this week.
I kind of like those days, honestly.
So Josh, we were talking parity and the lack thereof in college football, and I did bring this up. I said, I feel like right now I could get 4 of 5 conference winners, and then I thought back to last year, and I was like, the only conference winner I would have gotten was Alabama, and that was in an upset over Georgia in the SEC championship game. Going into this season, do you feel confident you could get 3 of 5 conference winners?
Confidence, never. Do I feel somewhat sure? Would I brag about it? I would with the Big Ten. No, I wouldn't, because I think Georgia is enough of a challenger, at least, to Alabama, where I wouldn't just dunk that on you in July or August. I have no clue what's going to happen in the Big 12. How can you possibly have any clue what's going to happen in the Pac-12? So, I mean, Lance, will you let me go to the G5 level? Like, can I just kind of swipe the Sun Belt or something? No, I
look, go to the American, the best G5. The American's tough this year because everybody's talking about Houston, but Cincinnati's not going to go away. Central Florida should be good. I mean, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is parity outside of winning a national championship in college football.
Well, like you mentioned last year, this point cannot be hammered home enough. Because I think once you get to December, everyone forgets what they were saying in July. But it's important to remember Oklahoma was the preseason #1 last year. Rattler was the preseason Heisman favorite. And it was viewed as such a slam dunk that Ohio State and Clemson were going to be in, that people were mockingly having these segments saying, why are we even playing the season? And neither one of them. In fact, none of those 3 teams even played for their conference title. So last year delivered. I'm not just going to assume that we revert back to normal this year.
Josh Pate is with us, 24/7 Sports at Late Kick Josh on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Excuse me. I'm at Dunaway's mic. It's sympathetic sickness as I'm at Dunaway's spot right here. I believe that we're going to have a 6-0. I think it's both would be 6-0. 6-0 Utah, 6-0 USC, both undefeated either way. Now, I think Utah runs them off the field. But I do think that's the type of start that Lincoln Riley will have at USC, that it's going to be undefeated. Game day will be there. It'll either be, a Fox Prime or ABC Prime game. I don't think it's going to be too big of a stage for USC. Do you think I'm crazy thinking that both those teams are undefeated and you actually have a pretty meaningful Pac-12 game?
Do you think it's more likely that we get 6-0, 6-0 USC Utah, or do you think it's more likely we get 4-0, 4-0 Tennessee Florida? I guess you answered because you think Utah is going to beat Florida. But those are the two games that I was looking at the other day. Like, if we could get Utah USC undefeated, it would give me an excuse to go to basically a Pac-12 game for the first time since we've been doing late kick. I've not been to a Pac-12 game yet, and I've looked for every reason to.
Well, you better hurry. You better hurry.
Seriously, very seriously. I just want to frame the credential. But I don't think you're crazy. But what you just said there in that prediction is you do indeed believe Utah is going to beat Florida week 1. Is that right?
I do believe that. I think that's the biggest, believe it or not, Utah is the better team to me than USC. That's the biggest trip up in that scenario is that Utah-Florida game, because when I look at USC, they've got Rice at Stanford, Fresno, at Oregon State, Arizona State, Washington State. I think at Florida is the toughest game, and if you group all their schedules together before they play, that's the toughest game.
Remind me, because I don't have the schedule in front of me. Does Utah play UCLA before that USC game?
Yeah, it's the week before, so that one worries you too at the Rose Bowl?
Yeah, definitely not because of the Rose Bowl. It worries me because I think that UCLA has probably got the, I would say, sneakiest good team in the country. And it's fair to doubt them because there's been no proof of production or performance under Chip Kelly. But yeah, so I think that at the very least, is a challenging game for them. But if that's the case, so here, this becomes the question. If that's the case, we got undefeated. Don't even care who wins the game. How serious is that team being taken on the national level? Is it just the least average amongst an average conference, or for the first time in a while, are we looking at a Pac-12 team and saying, that team could actually be a contender for something more than just their conference title? I'm not used to talking like that about the Pac-12.
Yeah, I think it comes down to how good Florida ends up being if Utah's to win that game, and then obviously how good Notre Dame ends up being if USC was to beat Notre Dame.
So I agree with that. Do you guys feel the same way I do? I think if USC were to start to go on a run, they'd get a lot more national media attention, but people who are potentially going to play them down the road would be less worried than if Utah started to go on a run. Because Utah, they're serious. Like, people know you don't run through Utah. Sometimes you got to run around them to beat Utah. USC, I know good and well, people who have recruited the line of scrimmage adequately would look at USC and expect to cave them like a cardboard box if they ever played them. So it'd be really interesting to see what the national media dynamic versus the actual fan base to fan base dynamic would be if one of those two teams started to go on a run.
See, I love talking random games with Josh Pate 24/7. These are random, it's not SEC stuff, but I do want to get to a random scenario here. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is my belief, Josh, that we just lost your video, by the way. I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah, it's because people who have no business calling me are calling me.
Oh, okay. Well, you said that right to voicemail. Wait, real quick, while Josh fixes that, Redmont Vodka. This is actually helpful to us.
Hey, locally owned and operated. One of the great faces is Charles Barkley from Redmont Vodka, who we just sent out some video on him on what he thinks of the Auburn Tigers this year. Pretty interesting there. Their aim, clarity of taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, and available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
So this is the time of year where I develop all these scenarios in my head, right? And to me, I think Purdue beats Penn State the first Thursday night. So then I think that Penn State at Auburn game sets up massive for both those coaches. I mean, Harsin, those first 5 games are critical to him. And if you're James Franklin, you're staring at a 1-2 start on the road in a really, really difficult environment to play. In fact, an environment, I agree 100% with you. You said this yesterday. In a big game when Auburn is good, Jordan Hare's worth a touchdown to me.
Yeah, odds makers would laugh at us if we said that. Because, they would tell you, first off, no single player is worth that much unless it's a star quarterback. And I may get on board with that. But if you, we've all been to Iron Bowls and Auburn, Georgia, Auburn LSU games when they've been really, really consequential in the SEC race. I can't explain it or quantify it necessarily. Just ask anyone around those organizations. Weird stuff kind of happens down there, and it feels different. It's almost like from their perspective, they wish Auburn would know their role. Like, I've watched better Alabama teams go in there before and struggle mightily or just lose to Auburn. And it's like that you wish they knew they should just get out of the way, but they refuse to get out of the way. They would call that the Auburn spirit. Their opponents would just call it being a pest. And so that Penn State game in week 3, I was actually less than an hour ago, I was looking at this because that's the same week Oklahoma goes to Nebraska. And it seems like all Nebraska has to do is beat Northwestern in Ireland in week 0. And that could be an undefeated OU, undefeated Nebraska. So that's the great conundrum for me in week 3 of deciding where we're going to be. But I mean, if Penn State loses that week 1 game, and that's a Thursday night game.
That's
so
right.
Penn State, Purdue, that's a standalone game. I think the line on it's 3 right now. 2 things. Number one, the obvious. You just stated it. If Penn State drops that game, it starts unlike last year. Like last year, Penn State had Wisconsin and Auburn in weeks 1 and 3. And they got torched in the box score, but somehow beat Wisconsin in week 1. And so that staved off the panic. Then they edged Auburn in week 3, and everyone thought Penn State was off to the races. Injury ended up derailing them. Well, they could start the opposite this year. What if they drop a couple of games early, and all of a sudden the heat's on before September even wraps up for James Franklin? It would be just as fun if they beat Purdue. And you've got Auburn with their first major test. You shift to Auburn, though. Guys, I know the over-under win total is 6 there. But Auburn doesn't have to leave home for quite a while. And that Penn State game is a coin flip point spread game. And that Missouri game the next week, they'll be favored, I would imagine. And the week after, they've got LSU coming in there. That's another short point spread game. There's this world, what I'm trying to say is there's this world where Auburn starts 5-0. And all of a sudden, weirdly, in early October, people are looking at Brian Harsin saying, were we totally wrong about this? And they could still lose 5 games in that scenario, but they could start fast. So as is usually the case in July, we've got limitless possibilities here in terms of hypotheticals.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. I'm sure it came up in Atlanta, but what is more difficult to figure out, the second best SEC East team or who will come in dead last in the SEC West?
Oh boy. Yeah, it did come up, and I dodged them every single time.
Yeah,
we can't allow it today.
Right.
You've had plenty of time to think about
We
this.
ask the tough questions here in the next round.
Because as you're pondering here, there's a lot of people that think Tennessee is going to have this huge resurgence. There's a lot of people that believe Will Levis. They're believing the scouts out there, and they think Kentucky coming off a 10-win season can be that second best team again. And then in the West, good luck on picking who's coming in last.
When I say this, it's going to sound like I'm down on Kentucky. I'm not down on Kentucky. I think Kentucky's at their best when they're flying under the radar. I don't remember the last time that Kentucky was actually circled as a team that people had legitimately high expectations for, and they followed through on it. And that's not a knock on Kentucky. It's just the reality of where they stand within the greater scheme of the conference. Having said that, though, man, there's still a lot that needs to be seen from Tennessee. I understand the potential, but man, there's still a lot that needs to be seen. Having said that, I would still feel more confident if you made me pick. Like, I would go Tennessee number 2 in the East and probably feel a little more confident in that than trying to pick the last place team. Because the last place team in the West is just going to come down to injury. That's all that's going to come down to. Because there are about 2 or 3 or 4 teams that legitimately could fall to the number 7 spot, and it's probably just whoever gets banged up at quarterback the most.
One thing on that, if for whatever reason A&M was that team at 7-5, how bad is that for Tim Love?
Yeah, that's a bad blank to fill in. It would be very bad, because I'm sitting here thinking about A&M. My thought on them is they're going to be even a little bit better than what the expectation level is. I've seen some folks put them in the top 10, but those same people are not predicting them to win 10 games. So they're thinking, yeah, they're good, but their roster or their schedule rather will eat them up a little bit, maybe 9 wins or whatnot. I think that if you don't get them early, and that would be Miami or Arkansas, someone like that, if no one clips them early and they're able to settle in at quarterback, whoever that's going to be, if they're able to settle in there, they've got the talent roster, they've got the depth. They, I think, have enough perimeter skill this year. And especially if you get guys like Evan Stewart developing as a wide receiver, true freshman, if you give them time, that's going to be a very, very tough out down the stretch. Now, they could even lose to Alabama for all I care. And if they're a one-loss team, you don't have to win that division to be in the playoff hunt. But if you do clip them early, And if they do have more injury concerns and they're sitting there in that conversation, and let me put it this way. If there's even a whiff, if there's even a possibility, if you can even viably ask me in early November, is A&M going to finish last in the conference? There would be legitimate heat on Jimbo Fisher. I don't know if it would be job security heat, but it would be very warranted, legitimate criticism on him at that point, because people keep talking about them like it's their first or second year, just because they kind of people are metaphorically looking at this last recruiting class as if it's the starting point. It's not the starting point. He's half a decade in out there. So that you don't get, there's been no NCAAs. There's no cloud, in other words, that they're trying to emerge from. So it's fair to hold him to the same standard that you do every other major coach who's more than 1 or 2 years in. Jimbo's multiple years in. You don't get to make excuses for him that you don't make for other folks. So yeah, if they don't deliver this year, I don't think a bunch of folks are going to say, that's okay. His time will come. Their time is now. When you recruit like they do and they have the investment level they do, their time is every year. It's no different a standard than Alabama and Georgia.
All right, 247sports.com is where you watch Josh Pate, but you follow him also on Twitter, @LateKickJosh, and get a lot of good stuff there. And he's a friend of the show you guys love when we have him on. It is always fun. Do you have something else?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know you're a storm chaser, so I think it was Tuesday when we were in Atlanta last week when that storm came through. There was lightning on every corner of the perimeter of the city. I'm scared of lightning. I just don't like lightning. I try to stay indoors. There's just something that freaks me out. I really don't want to get struck by lightning. I think most people agree with me. But being a storm chaser,
I think most people would agree with that. Yes, yeah, I think they're all board.
Do you avoid the lightning?
Are you taking a stand against lightning?
Yeah, Les is anti-lightning.
Anti-lightning.
Yeah.
Okay, anti-lightning. How much time do we have right now? I need to know.
All you want. We own this product. We can do whatever we want.
And we're not under the same FCC regulations. I can tell you a story, and okay, I'm going to tell you the story. And if you don't like it, then we can dump it out in the post edit. So, my biggest fear in life is lightning by 10 miles. My biggest fear. I have crippling fear of lightning phobia, if you will. But I'm also a storm chaser, and so those two worlds converge quite often. So the first part of that is when that storm rolled through the other day, I've been tracking it on radar scope for like an hour because we were going to go live, and we were set up to where I was facing this entire panorama view of downtown. So I could see out the window, but the camera couldn't. And so I had our crew turn the camera around even as we were live. And I just said, forget about football for a second. Just look at this bow echo coming through downtown Atlanta. So yeah, we were filming that, but I felt safe because I was indoors. However, a week earlier, right here at my apartment complex, this huge line of storms comes through Nashville. And there were people out at the pool because it was a Saturday. And so they thought the only safety they needed to seek was getting under an umbrella. Meanwhile, to show you how petrified, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm petrified of lightning now. To show you how petrified of lightning I was, while they were out there under nothing more than an umbrella, I'm so scared of lightning, if I had to, for lack of a better term, relieve myself, I go find the nearest water jug. I empty that thing, and I use the water jug so I don't have to come into direct contact with the plumbing that could end up being struck by lightning. And you only get one penile lightning strike in your life, is what I'm saying. And
I've never even thought about that. Is that a thing?
If it is, I don't want to find out.
I like how you assume you only get one. We don't know this till it's tested, Josh.
I've burned a hot dog on the grill before. So bad.
No, until somebody tests that theory, right, Rockstar? We don't know it to be 100% truthful.
You could be a superhero, man.
That's right. We could, for years, say, no, Josh Pate tested it. It's not true.
How did you become an adult film star? I have a funny story.
Okay.
It only takes once, is what I'm saying. And so, kids, if you learn nothing more, if you don't care about Utah or USC or Purdue or anything else, just heed the lightning, please.
Yeah,
Stay indoors.
I agree. Yep. All right, he is Josh Pate with great advice, fatherly advice on the way out of the show. Go follow him at LateKickJosh. Thank you, Josh. Always fun talking to you.
Stay safe. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Josh Pate with us 24/7 Sports. You guys love when we have him on, and that's why. A lot he said there. We'll get to a lot of that on the other side. Some really good thoughts on college football. But Rockstar is going to tell us about his guy who was picked to win his conference every year.
He is. He's my lightning man. It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so you know that he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, a thought on something Josh said there. I want to expand the conversation just a little bit. A lot of college football talk. When we return, that's next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
We Continue on the next round. Fun talking college football with Josh Pate. Do you see what I'm now? Listen, my scenario that I brought up depends on Purdue beating Penn State. That's a toss-up game in West Lafayette, Thursday night Fox game to start the season. But if Penn State loses that feels like, I'm not saying James Franklin's getting fired at all, but buddy, that trip to Auburn becomes a pretty critical trip for their season.
No, you just wonder if the best days of James Franklin at Penn State are behind him because, so many opportunities, 3 11-win seasons.
Yeah.
In 16, 17, and in 19.
Yeah. I just think, I think that all I'm saying is that becomes a critical trip to Auburn. They could start 1-2 very, very easily and then have to rally the troops. I think if they lose that game to Purdue, I think that Penn State team comes into Auburn realizing, hey, the balance of our season might be on the line here, which adds a little bit to that game.
I'm with you. I think that's going to be a really difficult game for Penn State. If somehow they win, though, and they were able to beat Auburn, they open 5-0 going into a bye before they go to Ann Arbor to take on Michigan.
But
then all of a sudden,
those next 3 weeks after that bye.
Oh, yeah, brutal. Michigan, Minnesota, and Ohio State.
Yeah.
But if they were to do that, opening 5-0, they're probably in the top 15, close.
And the other side of that, in just a second, after I remind you that Nichols Outfitters is excited about this fishing department. If you love fishing, you need to go to Nichols Outfitters. You will not recognize the place. All the brands, Duckett Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing, all you've been asking for. Now in the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham. The other side of that, though, is if you're Auburn, those first 5 games are so critical. And getting Penn State at home, that's a massive win for Brian Harsin. You could make an argument. What's Brian Harsin's best win right now, you think?
Brian Harsin's best win.
I think this would be it. Maybe Ole Miss last year? Ole Miss last year at Arkansas last year was a pretty good Arkansas team.
I would say at LSU or at Arkansas.
At LSU?
Well, LSU
that was not a very good LSU team. They fired their coach.
They weren't ranked. Just the way that played out.
You were one of Ole Miss's. They only had 2 losses, Alabama and you.
Yeah, no, Ole Miss. Yeah,
I think it was
right.
Ole Miss.
It was Ole Miss. Ole Miss was number 10 when they played them.
Oh, that's true. That's a top 10 win for him. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. And Penn State will not be a top 10 team when Auburn plays them, no matter what they do against Purdue, I don't think.
You know how many top 25 teams Harsin played last year?
It seemed like every week.
7.
Yeah. That's, by the way, look at Auburn's schedule again this year. How many is he going to play?
Yeah, and again, there's so many games that could have flipped one way or another. Georgia State could have been a loss. LSU could have been a loss. But, games like Mississippi State could have been a win. South Carolina could have been a win. Alabama could have been a win.
He's going to play Penn State's going to be a top 25 team. I don't think LSU
they will not be.
Will be. Georgia definitely will be.
I don't know about
Ole Miss, you don't know. It just depends on how it goes. Arkansas is the same way. I will say one of those 2 will be. So that's 3. You think State will be?
No, I don't know by then.
Okay. A&M will be. That's 4. Alabama's 5. So maybe it's a touch easier.
And then if they get to a bowl,
that'd be 6. Yeah. So maybe it's a touch easier this year.
It's a little more difficult than the Boise situation in the Mountain West, where you were playing. You played 7 last year. You probably play 7 in 7 years.
Yeah,
at Boise.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I just love looking ahead to these scenarios in my, just in my head, playing them out, and I can see that Saturday night, buddy. If Penn State loses to Purdue, that's a cornered animal right there coming to Auburn. And it was fresh on my mind too because I randomly, and this is not a pleasant topic to discuss, but I randomly was flipping channels yesterday, and one of the ESPNs was replaying a documentary on the whole Joe Paterno, Jerry Sandusky thing that I had never seen. So I stopped and watched a minute of it until I got just kind of repulsed.
Tough watch.
Yeah, it's a tough watch. Yeah. The guy is a sick animal. But it just had so much. I'd forgotten a lot of it, but it just made me start thinking about Penn State.
Was it not to interrupt, but was it not the Baltimore Ravens play-by-play guys?
Jerry Sandusky spells it with I think he spells his with a G.
Doesn't matter.
The other guy spells his with a J.
Are you the guy? No.
No. But no, he was.
How bad would that suck?
Yeah, and he was getting killed on Twitter. People were just destroying him on Twitter, like, you sick animal. He's like, I am the Baltimore Ravens radio.
So let me ask you, do you think so Manson is like it's not a common name, but it's a semi-common name.
What? Manson?
Yeah.
The last name?
Lead singer of Garbage is Shirley Manson.
Yeah, and Marilyn Manson. But Charles Manson. Do you think anybody's named their kid Charles since the Helter
if their last name is Manson?
Yeah.
No, there's no way.
Little Charlie.
Oh, Charlie Manson.
Yeah.
No.
I'm just gonna Google this. You go ahead with your point,
What are you
though, because I interrupted.
Googling?
No,
Like Charles
I'm
Manson?
gonna put Charles Manson. I bet a bunch pop up.
No, my point was kind of over anyway.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right.
No, but that's just unfortunate for Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah. Scott said at LSU is the biggest win so far for Harsin, and here's why. As he said, it had been forever. Scott, did it go back to 99? Was the last time they had won down there? Was it the cigar game? I think it was. They had not won in Tiger Stadium in 4 forevers, and they go down there and win the game in the fashion in which they won it, with Bo Nix playing his you-know-what off and winning it that way. Now, I know that turned out to be a crap LSU team that fired their coach. But still, I would say that one there you could make an argument for. But Ole Miss was a top 10 win.
Yeah, I would say it's close. But hey, look, Forster's our resident Auburn guy, so
That's right.
I'll go with what he says.
But I'm going to say that's Harsin's only top 10 win as a head coach. I doubt he's beaten another top 10 team, if I had to guess. I think that would be his only one. All right, when we return, Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, is going to join us. We'll talk some NFL and some college football with Clay, and I think he had some travel issues. I think he was on social media last night talking about how awful it is to fly in planes right now. But tomorrow night, you guys are going to be over at Odie's for award-winning trivia.
Yeah, look, trivia every Wednesday night. I'm striking out on this, by the way.
I noticed. That's why I went to the break.
Yeah, no, hey, if
and
you're
I
looking...
saw the one-hand type. That is going to take forever when you one-hand type.
Oh, whatever. It's time for a break. Hey, look, if you're looking for a great time tomorrow night, Odie's Team Trivia, we will be there. But if you're just looking for a great lunch or dinner, stop in. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food. For over 30 years, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff, but mark it down tomorrow night, Odie's Team Trivia, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start hour 2. Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, going to talk some NFL and college football with us, coming right up. As we begin this hour, reminder, Greg from Pell City. He's our buddy, man. Greg Nelson, good dude. Storm Restoration Roofing. You can trust this guy if you just need a new roof. I know it says storm in there. You don't have to have a storm. You just may need a new roof. He does those too, by the way. I'm going to give you a cell number. We're not going to screw around with like calling a secretary or leaving a message or whatever. Here's his cell number. It's coming right out of my phone. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. That is Greg's cell number. You just hit him up there, get him to come take a look at that roof. That is absolutely free. No strings attached there, except for the string that keeps Greg from falling all the way to the ground. He's on Facebook as well. Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City. Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Clay Travis starts this hour with us, the founder of Outkick. He's also on Fox Sports. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. So Dunaway's got COVID, huh?
Yeah, he does. And he had a longer run than anybody.
He let everybody know,
everybody know. He beat the system. I think, what was it, 840 some odd days, he says. I don't know what was his starting point for the count, but he says that's how long he avoided it, and he finally got it.
Yeah, well, join the club. I've had the original and the remix, so we'll see how many more I get.
It's like all these networks that launch their streaming platform. All they do is put a plus next to their name. You've had COVID plus.
Yeah, I had COVID. Yeah, and I had COVID plus. So I'll probably get. I'm going to be on the road this fall. I'll probably get COVID plus because I can't imagine it's not going to be every bar and restaurant I go into.
Hey, and we can legitimately blame COVID on a lot of things, but air travel right now, my gosh, you were talking about it. It's a complete nightmare. It's not even worth traveling right now.
Oh, so I'm flying to New York City because I'm playing in the Live. I think I told you guys.
Yeah. We had that conversation. Who are you playing with, by the way? Do you know yet?
No idea. I think they have a draw tomorrow at an event in Manhattan tomorrow evening, and then they do the Pro-Am on Thursday. So, no, I don't know at all who I'm going to be playing with. But I was down in South Florida this weekend, and I was trying to get back to my kids earlier. So a lot of times I fly Southwest a lot, when I'm going to and from big cities because Nashville is like a Southwest hub. And so I just flipped to a Saturday night flight as opposed to a Sunday morning flight. And I sat at the airport until 12:15. I've never had this happen before. They said at about 11:15, hey, your pilot's going to land soon. with another crew. The plane was there. I guess they just didn't have pilots to fly on it. I don't know exactly what happened. But they said he's perfectly within his rights. He can fly to Nashville if he wants to, or he can say no. And I never had that situation happen before where they just like put the pilot on the spot like there.
That is a ton of pressure on this poor guy.
And the pilot got off his plane. They asked him, and he said no. And then they canceled the flight.
Did was it in full view? Like, could everybody see him just shake his head no and start walking towards the door?
Oh, why didn't y'all harass him?
Well, no, I mean that's not on him. That sucks that they put him in that position.
Of course, yeah, I wouldn't want an angry pilot flying me to Nashville.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, my only thing was I don't understand why they couldn't have asked him that while he was flying
exactly.
up, and and just let us know a couple of hours earlier, because they didn't cancel the flight till 12:15 or 12:30. The whole airport is empty, and then everybody's got to go back home. And by back home, I mean find a hotel or stand in line to get a hotel. So a lot of people didn't get out of there till 2:30 or 3 before you're all that done. And anyway, a lot of people just decided to say screw it and slept in the airport. But you're right, LT. This is it is miserable everywhere you're trying to go right now. And I fly a lot for work, and the only time I can remember it being this awful was right after 9/11. Remember when they had all the brand new security protocols, and it took hours to get through security? It took them a long time to get everything figured out there with the TSA and everything there. But other than that, it is absolutely abjectly miserable to be flying right now.
Yeah, we had one of our coworkers yesterday. He was in San Diego, and he was flying Southwest. And so Southwest in Dallas, because their big hub is Love Field, there was that shooting. So before they took off, they grounded them, and they said it's going to be a couple of days before Love, I guess, is back open.
A couple of days?
Yeah.
So is he stuck in San Diego?
I know he was stuck in San Diego last night. Maybe he's coming back today. Yeah. That was best case scenario.
I'll tell you this. I was walking out on Saturday night late to go back to a hotel, and a mom and a dad and two kids beside me, they try to rebook you. And she looked down at her phone and then said she saw me, and she was like, she was a fan of Outkick, but she was like, they just booked us on a flight in 3 days to leave Fort Lauderdale. So, I mean, it is, I mean, in theory, I guess maybe unless they got a better flight, there were no rental cars, but also you're in South Florida. It's not like it's super easy to drive very many places, right? In South Florida, you got a long drive, most of the people who are going back, but there were no rental cars. And anyway, so I'm flying out today right after my radio show to New York. So hopefully I get up there, because LaGuardia has been one of the worst airports to get in and out of all of them in the last several months.
Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We have to send Clay a Johnston RV to get him back. This is admittedly a bit of an off-the-wall question I'm about to ask you, but I've seen a lot of discussion on social media and in some other publications that the NCAA is looking to do away with any transfer restrictions. So in theory, you could transfer year after year after year if you want to. And this is part of an effort, Clay, to establish that these athletes are not at all employees. Basically, what they're saying is, if we put restrictions on them, you can make an argument that they are employees. So if we can remove all the restrictions, we can make the argument we don't have to pay them. They're not considered employees. If you did that, one of the restrictions you would have to remove, I would imagine, would be the 4-year limit. So as long as a guy's enrolled in school, or a girl, they could play 6-7 years if they wanted to, right?
The whole thing's a mess. What has to happen is there has to be a union among the players, and they have to collectively bargain for benefits, and then there have to be rules that are implemented across the board. Look, you could pretend otherwise, but pro sports are pretty good at figuring out how to make a sports economic model work. And effectively, what we have reached in college football is a spot where the business is far ahead of the mechanics in order to allow the competitive businesses to exist. And remember, what's fascinating about sports is the only business I can think of whose business relies upon the other businesses being strong as well in order for the collective whole to succeed. And let me unpack what I just said there. In most businesses, you are trying to put the other competitor out of business. McDonald's in an ideal world wouldn't have to compete with Burger King. Coke wouldn't have to compete with Pepsi. If in an ideal world Alabama eliminated Auburn, it would actually make some Alabama fans happy, but it would actually make Alabama's business less valuable. What makes the Iron Bowl so interesting and intense is that either team could win. In other words, the competition is the game, is the business. And the NFL's gotten that. And I think right now in college football, you're ending up with a totally unfair system. And I don't mean unfair in a bad way. I just mean one that is potentially going to create all sorts of messes going forward in terms of being able to have top to bottom teams able to compete on an even level. And we haven't even gotten to the crazy world, which I think is coming, where somebody who is so rich that they have, way too much money, even, I know we've seen it a little bit maybe with Miami, but I'm talking about somebody who's worth $20 billion just deciding that his college football team is always going to win. And I think that's where we're headed. And so you can't have perpetual free agency. I mean, I'll give you an example. When you get drafted in the first round by an NFL team, you get millions of dollars, but you're locked in for 5 years. Right now in college football, even before this transfer waiver is gone, you have guys who are going to be able to sell to the highest bidder 3 times in 4 years. Guys who can play for 3 different teams in 4 years. I just don't think that's good in the long run for the sport. They need some overall parameters put in place. And what I would suggest is, much like in the NFL, if you have a salary cap, I think there's a lot of focus on NIL. And there's going to be about 8 or 10 guys on a team maybe who actually are making any kind of significant money from NIL. And then there's a lot of guys making a couple of $1,000 at most, whatever it might be. To me, what you need is a collective bargaining agreement so you can have a higher salary floor but lower the ceiling simultaneously, right? So let's say Alabama had $8.5 million. Every team has $8.5 million to spend. They can allocate those resources as they see fit, but every player in my mind would need to get $50K, right? So even as long as you're on scholarship, even if you're the lowest string scholarship player, I don't think that people are aware of how much craziness is coming to college football.
No, I think what you say makes a lot of sense. The problem is you've got 5 different commissioners. You got too many voices. And we had Rick Neuheisel, the guy you spit a peanut on years ago, on the show last week at SEC Media Days. And he said, look, we need a commissioner. And I said, would you take that job on? And he said, yeah, I'd take it on in a second. But the problem is, the more we thought about this, guys like Greg Sankey, Kevin Warren, those guys aren't going to bow out. So I don't know how you put all this thing together. It seems really, really complicated.
Well, I wrote it is super complicated, and that's why there is no easy answer, because there's all sorts of legal, political, business, complicated factors that are all intertwined that are going to be really messy in terms of trying to figure out something that makes sense. And I wrote a big piece. I don't know if you guys read this, which I think is probably like 3 or 4 years ahead of where people are right now. But every university hospital just about is for profit now. So if you go to Vanderbilt University Children's Hospital, it's for profit. If you go to the University of Alabama Medical Center, and I'm not sure that's the official name, but
UAB,
whatever it would be.
It's UAB in Birmingham, yeah.
So it's a for-profit hospital, right? All these different places are typically for-profits. They're still affiliated with universities, but they've been spun off. That's what they should do with football and men's basketball. Straight up. I mean, they should, from a purely logical perspective, they should say Alabama football is a for-profit business. We are going to spin it off. It'll be sold. The university will get the money. They put the endowment in place. Alabama will buy Bryant-Denny Stadium. They will buy, the football team. However you want to structure it. And then what should happen is you should have basically an SEC and a Big Ten that are the equivalent of the AFC and the NFC. And you just admit that this is minor league football, which is what college football is. But from a pure business perspective. And then you would allow yourself to divorce, let's say, men's track and women's swimming, which are money-losing sports and are more traditional intramural-like sports. Doesn't mean those don't matter. It just means that we got to stop pretending that a football program and a men's basketball program really have that much in common with other sports. And basically the revenue producing from the non-revenue producing. Because if you were a business, and I'm using Alabama because you guys are in Birmingham, but if Alabama athletics was a business, they would only have like men's basketball and probably football, because those are the only ones that make money. They wouldn't have every other athletic team competing because it doesn't make sense from a business perspective. You wouldn't have loss leaders. There's no way that you would be running your business to try to break even and spending all your profits on things that cost you money. You just wouldn't do that. And so that's the inherent conflict that exists right now in college athletics, is the revenue and the non-revenue producing sports are really two different animals, and they're treated as the same.
All right, Clay on his way to Bedminster for the Live Pro-Am with Charles. He's going to be up there, President Trump, a lot of people up there. So enjoy that, Clay. It's always fun talking with you, man. Hit them straight.
Yeah, I'm nervous. LT was my caddy the last time. I barely played.
Is that really? That wasn't the last time you played. That was pre-pandemic. That was 3 years ago.
I mean, I went out with my son on Sunday. I had not hit a golf ball in 18 months prior to Sunday. So I actually hit them pretty well on Sunday, I think, because, I didn't have any preconceived notions, just kind of line up and hit it.
Yep.
Hey, do you realize when you get up to New Jersey that the hotel you're staying in, the meals you eat, the gift bag you get, it's all blood money?
Well, the benefit for my career is people have been telling me that everything I've done for blood money is 20 years. So this is more of the same to me.
Yeah, we've already established Clay's a sellout. That's what I'm told anyway. Have fun, Clay. Thanks.
All right. I appreciate you.
All right. See Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Lance, tell us about Mortgage Right. And then we've got, after Lance tells us about Mortgage Right, Scott has seen this. I have seen this. I think it is safe to say we've got a piece of video that might make Lance's head explode. And the guy in this piece of video, I'll just tease it this way, and Scott can tell me if I'm off. The guy in this piece of video is so weird, I can't tell if this is staged or if this is real. There's one part of the video that makes me think it's staged. So with that tease, Scott's going to show us after you tell us about mortgage rates.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
All right, this video courtesy of the Green Bay Packers Twitter feed. Scott is going to show us Aaron Rodgers arriving at camp today, and he looks like who?
That is Nick Cage in Con Air.
It's incredible, isn't it? But this has got to be staged, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way Aaron Rodgers, but it's incredible how much Aaron Rodgers looks like Nick Cage in Con Air.
Yeah.
Now
Nick Cage was a lot more cut up in Con Air, but I mean, come on.
I mean, Aaron's not in terrible shape.
No, but he went as John Wick. That was the reason he said he had long, greasy hair around Halloween.
Right.
And now I guess he wants to keep his long, greasy hair where he can play Nick Cage in Con Air, who had the worst Southern accent in the history of Southern accents.
Now, when he throws his backpack down in a moment, that's where I realized, okay, well, this is obviously staged.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason for him just to leave his backpack there.
And who tucks in the wife beater?
Well, that's a good point.
Can
Aaron
you pull
Rodgers.
But Aaron Rodgers is so strange, you could believe that maybe he does tuck in a wife beater.
I don't see the tattoo. Is the tattoo on the left inner arm?
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't know where it was.
Huh.
That's a pretty good Nick Cage, though.
Yeah,
I'll give him
yeah.
credit.
Can you pull Nick Cage from Con Air?
Rockstar?
Rocky?
Yeah, Nick Cage Con Air versus the Aaron Rodgers video Scott is showing is pretty darn close. I mean, when I saw it, I even thought, my gosh, Is that Nick Cage? No, that is Aaron Rodgers.
You know, there are some people that only wash their hair once or twice a week because they believe that, it's bad for the hair to wash.
I mean, that is spot on. Now, I'd forgotten Nick Cage is a little curlier at the bottom than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. So
he's got a little bit of the curly Kentucky waterfall.
He actually went black belt in everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% staged. There's no part of it that makes me think it's real now.
No.
That's on me.
No. But, you've heard of people going 1 or 2 days just washing their hair a week.
Well, women do that.
Yeah.
I
don't know if all women do that.
Yeah, well, a lot of women do because apparently it's not healthy for your hair.
That's what they say.
I wash mine every time I'm in the shower.
Yeah.
Every single time. There's not a time I get in the shower when I don't wash my hair.
Yeah, I'm a 3-day, 2 or 3 days.
Sometimes 3 days, or 3 days, sometimes 2.
Yeah. That probably isn't good for the hair.
Well, I don't know.
But
I'm 46. I still got it.
Maybe that's why Aaron Rodgers has got all of his hair.
He doesn't wash it?
Yeah, he doesn't wash it.
Yeah. Do the ladies in your life, Rockstar, do they do the dry shampoo, that spray on stuff, or whatever that's called?
Yeah.
They use it in a pinch.
Yeah,
It's been a while. I got to do this real quick.
Well, I think for a lot of ladies, they do it in the days they're not going to be able to actually wash their hair.
Well, I would think for Rocky, obviously, your hair dries immediately.
Yeah, it's not much to dry.
Mine takes less than probably 3 minutes.
Now, I'll tell you what I haven't used since I was probably a teenager is a hairdryer. I can't tell you the last time I've used a hairdryer.
I don't think I ever, maybe when I was a little kid, my parents used it on me, but I never even.
Well, I used it as a little kid because it would warm up on my,
awesome.
winter mornings.
Now, keep in mind, I grew up in Calhoun County in the 80s and 90s, Rockstar, so I had a lot of hair.
Did you perm it ever?
Oh,
I never permed it.
I had a ton of hair.
Yeah, I had the wings. I had the flip-out wings that touched my collar.
Yeah.
I never had what you would classically call a mullet, I don't think.
I think I had a mullet. I did have a mullet.
I did.
I think I had wings actually where you actually, instead of like having a bang, you would have kind of the butt cut and then a wing on each side.
Yeah.
I think that was a good early 80s dude.
I think I tried the center part for a little bit and it didn't work. So I just kind of had flowing hair and it, flipped out and touched my collar.
Yeah.
That was in probably early 90s. Yeah, I never had a traditional mullet.
And there was a time in the 80s, like you look at some of these Stranger Things characters, where their hair is all over the place. You just wake up.
Oh, Will's is rough.
Yeah. I'll tell you another thing I did.
The Jonathan kids is rough too, right?
Bowl cut.
One time, and my brother got in so much trouble for this. My mom got my brother to take me to get my hair cut. And I talked the girl that was cutting my hair into, this is back when MC Hammer had the 3 stripes shaved in the side of his head.
You were probably the coolest kid.
I got those 3 stripes
No,
shaved.
you did not.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, shaved in the side of my head. I wish I could find a photo.
I'm going to need pictures to
If I can
prove it.
find it. Now, my mom and dad watch the show back in Calhoun County every day. If she can find the photo, I do not mind Rockstar putting it or Scott putting it up.
I've told the story
But I don't know
before.
the photos exist. She probably burned them.
When I was in first grade, I went to Fantastic Sam's, old Vestavia, where your showcase video was.
Yeah. Video Express.
And the lady curled my hair because she thought I was a girl.
That's nice.
Yeah.
How old were you?
I was like 6.
6?
Yeah.
Hey, little lady. So you had so much hair they thought you were a girl?
have a cute boyfriend.
I had a lot of hair.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I guess I look like a girl.
Well, I had a mullet in first grade, and I was running with my sister, and the principal saw us from behind. He goes, "Girls, slow down."
Well, you had a rough childhood.
You
Didn't you?
really did. Rockstar's got a story that will top all of them anytime. All right, Rockstar tells you what to watch when we return, and more college football. In fact, coach quarterback combos. Who are the top 5 in college football? This guy sitting to my left has some thoughts on that. We'll get to that coming up next on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Kevin Warren is on the stage at the Big Ten Media Days. They are at Lucas Oil Field in Indianapolis today, and is basically talking about how the Big Ten, and this is, not entirely uncommon, but how he feels like they will now dominate the early kick to the late kick with USC and UCLA. He's basically saying we're going to have an 11 a.m. game that's either going to be on Fox, the Fox Big Noon Kickoff, or maybe an ABC game, ABC ESPN game that's going to be shown to the nation. We're going to have a middle-of-the-day kick that is going to be on Fox or ABC shown to the nation. And then with USC and UCLA, we're always going to have a night kick. That's one of the things.
Okay, I was about to say there's no way you're going to have an 11 o'clock Central Time.
No.
12 o'clock Eastern Time kick out
But
west.
that is one of the things, though, the Big Ten has kind of shied away from are the primetime games. They like those early afternoon games in Big Ten country.
Yeah.
But now that conference will have USC and UCLA playing a lot of games that are our prime time, late afternoon games out there.
And I don't know why I was surprised with the numbers last year from that kick time, but the numbers were great.
Oh, what, the Big Noon?
Yeah.
You know, actually, a lot of people think games have to be in prime time. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I did the research. I think it was 7 out of 10. 7 out of the top 10 most watched college football games last year were outside of prime time. Most of them were the Fox Big Noon kickoff or the CBS 2:30 kickoff.
Do you think you have less conflict, less things going on during the day on fall Saturday or
I
at
think
night?
people are going to find the good games. If the good games are at 11, or if they're at 2:30, if they're at 7 o'clock, if it's the game people want to watch, they're going to rearrange their schedule to watch it. I think that's what it is. People will find the good games wherever you put them. I mean, I don't know the percentage of the population that are like you, me, and Dunaway, that I am there from the time Corso puts on his headgear to whenever that latest game ends. I'm there, right? I don't care when you kick it. I'm there, and I'm going to watch the good ones. I don't know how many people. That's a pretty small percentage of the population.
Can you remember the last time, though, that a Pac-12 team traveled all the way to the East Coast and played a 12 o'clock Eastern game?
No.
But
very few of them travel all the way to the East Coast.
But that's going to happen now.
Like, I can remember USC played Virginia Tech, and I think it was in Landover. That was like a Labor Day night game. You remember that one?
It was a night, yeah.
But that's the last time I can remember USC coming that far west, unless I'm forgetting one.
Remember, Oregon came to Starkville.
Excuse me, that far east. Excuse me, huh?
Oregon came to Starkville,
Yeah.
but I think that was a night game.
Yeah. I mean, Oregon is playing, it's a relatively early Pac-12 game. That's a 2:30 kick in Atlanta.
Okay, so
it's a 3:30 Eastern.
We know
obviously.
the home games in the Coliseum and the Rose Bowl, those will be primetime games more than likely. You might get some 2:30 games or 3 o'clock games. Do you think, though, that they will try to keep both USC and UCLA from having to play 12 o'clock noon games?
Yeah.
I'm talking about on the East Coast.
I mean, it's going to be hard to avoid those on the East Coast because that's when, Michigan, that's when they want to play their home games. Michigan, USC. I mean, best case is probably going to be a 2:30 Central kick, which would be, a 12:30 Pacific kick. That's not bad. But, yeah, I think they'll try to avoid those early games, but you can only avoid it so much. For instance, Lance, if USC is at Rutgers, I mean, what are you supposed to do there? They're going to eventually have to go to Rutgers to play.
Yeah, and that's
at some point.
That's going to be a Big Ten network game.
Exactly. All right, it's time for Rockstar to tell you what to watch. Today, we'll talk about Bromberg's before we do that.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
You guys teased it last week, and it premieres tonight, 9 p.m. on NBC, Snake in the Grass. 4 players are dropped into the wild for 36 hours with a chance to win $100,000. In order to win, the 4 must figure out which one of them is the snake, a saboteur secretly undermining the group every step of the way, hosted by Bobby Bones.
We saw this in the British Open. They were showing the promos heavily. That's the first time I had seen it. And we brought up the fact that it's a little bit like the old ABC show The Mole, which a lot of our listeners fed back and said they really like The Mole.
I never saw The Mole. I know you like The Mole.
Yeah.
I will not watch Snake in the Grass.
No, I'm going to pass on that one.
Because you're going to be watching at 9 p.m. on Discovery because it's Shark Week, Pig vs. Shark. The famous swimming pigs of the Bahamas may be in peril. Some believe that the local tiger shark population has acquired a taste for pork and may be feasting on these famous oinksters.
I've always wondered that when I see people on Instagram that post the pictures of being down there with the pig swimming around, I've always thought to myself, how is the tiger shark not attacking this pig? Because I like pork.
Yeah. Oh, I love pork. A quality pork chop.
Tiger shark will eat garbage.
Yeah.
And you got an opportunity to have a pig.
Yes. Now
These are raw pigs.
You got to like
they eat sea turtles too. Like, I mean, to have to go through, because they've got the grinding saw-like teeth, and to be able to saw through that turtle shell. What kind of meat is in a turtle?
Oof.
Well, I guess I've had a turtle soup.
I've never had turtle soup.
Yeah, I've had it.
And then finally, Lance, you talked about this one, 7 p.m. on Star's Encore Tigerland. Raw recruits go through a series of brutal military drills at a Louisiana Army base in 1971 in preparation for fighting in Vietnam.
It is really good. Colin Farrell, that was his first big role, and I think that's where Spielberg actually saw Farrell and actually cast him in
Minority Report.
Yeah, Minority Report.
Thank you,
movie.
Rockstar, for the viewing menu.
Yeah.
We talk about dreams a lot. Like you say, you don't remember yours.
I got a good one from last night. It involves the show.
Yeah. It involves the show because I've got one that involves the show
Last
too.
night I had a dog. I was at I think it was at Superior Grill, but there was like this huge. It was Diplomat Deli. Was it Diplomat Deli? But there was this unusually long line at Diplomat Deli, and I was in the back, and I had a dog with me, but it wasn't one of my dogs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you had a dog, not your dog, with you.
Yeah.
I had a dream, Rockstar, last night so vivid that involved a phone call. And it was so vivid, I had to wake up. When I woke up this morning, I opened my phone to make sure I didn't actually call this person. It's not anybody up here. I'm just saying I had a lot of dreams last night. One of them that was so vivid, it involved a super awkward phone call. And I'm like, I honest to goodness, am fearful I, in a stupor last night of sleep, made this phone call.
So you checked your call log?
I checked my call log just to make sure I didn't call this person. Thank God I didn't. But that's how vivid that dream was.
We know this person.
No. I said you don't. It's nobody up here.
Okay.
No. If you did, I wouldn't tell you because it was that awkward.
Oh, wow.
Well, it was just awkward. It was awkward. What was your dream about the show?
It's, for some reason, Lance and Dunaway had a bet about a race car thing that we had to do, that I had to build two cars. One was bigger than the other, like little race cars. One was yellow and one was blue. And we rented a little racetrack. And I was like, guys, the stands were packed. I was like, they're not going to see these little race cars. Nobody's going to see.
I like that they were yellow and blue, the Rams colors.
Yeah, nobody's going to see these things going around the track. Like, imagine Talladega, and there's two little race cars, like model cars. And I was like, this is going to be a disaster. And it was sold out. That was my dream.
Wow, sold out.
Oh, good job.
Rams colors. I do like that.
Was the company making the money off this sellout? All right.
So
let's do it.
How many dreams can you have in a night?
Well, I had two because I was also FaceTiming Charles Barkley last night in one of my dreams. He had FaceTimed me on my computer, and my oldest daughter answered, and he talked to her for a second, and then she handed me the computer, and it was this computer, which I leave here, I don't take home, but I'm in my house. He hands me the computer, and he's holding his grandson, and I showed Jennifer, I'm like, oh, look at Charles' grandson. And she goes, he looks just like his dad. And I'm like, you don't even know his dad. And then I go in the bedroom and close the door and talk to Charles.
Yeah, you do.
It's so weird.
So
Such a weird dream.
assignment, you sleep through the night.
Yeah.
Because you're a perfect 100. You sleep
But
8 hours.
I have
get
weird
up.
dreams, obviously.
But if you could write your dreams down, I will put a little pad and pen at the side of the table. I get up 10, 15 times a night, so I'm just going to jot mine down because I don't remember them really.
Well, what happens is you always think you have a great idea. Like, this is too great. I'm not going to forget this.
No, and then you wake
this
up.
Joke is I'm not going to forget the next morning. Like, what the hell was I thinking? I can't even remember what it was, but I thought it was so funny at the time.
Okay, so I know you'll be getting up tonight.
I'll be up.
Pen and paper next to you.
Okay.
All right,
talk dreams tomorrow.
That's Dreams and Rockstar's viewing menu. All right, Scott Forrester has got alternate helmets for us. We, in the NFL, have gotten to the point where we're way overthinking the uniforms.
Yeah, I had a buddy, Chop. He's a big Cardinals fan, sent me their alternate helmet last night or this morning, and he's excited about it. I think it looks awful.
Okay, so I know we've got – do we have that Cardinals one, Scott? No, we do not. No. I know we've got the Bears and the Bengals. Let's go Bears first. I saw this one. I haven't seen the Bengals till this morning. I saw the Bears Sunday night on the Zone, ABC 3340. And they're going with an orange, and the video Scott's showing you, obviously, is they're taking their classic black helmet, dropping orange paint on it, and their alternate helmet is an orange with a black C. And they're going orange jerseys with it.
It looks way too Bengals-like.
Well, so...
I mean, like, if the Bengals changed their uniform to that, obviously they couldn't use the C. The ironic thing is the Cincinnati Red C is the exact same
That's
C.
That's right. Isn't that wild? Yeah. So you say it looks too much like the Bengals. The Bengals, not to be outdone, also have an alternate helmet this year. I think 13 or 14 NFL teams have a new alternate helmet. Here is the Bengals one Scott is showing you. They're going white helmet with black stripes.
I think they used this last year.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen that.
Yep.
It's the first time I'd seen it. I missed that game then.
I think for one game they did use these.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive. It's the old white tiger.
Do you like that?
Bengal.
Do you like that one?
No, I do not.
I don't either. Do you like the Bengals normal helmet?
I don't. I've never liked the Bengals.
But it's a pretty classic helmet. I mean, you have to say they've stuck with it since
It's better than
80s.
the old stencil Bengals across.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Bengals going white helmet with black stripes. Bears going orange helmet with the black C. Rockstar is trying to find this Arizona Cardinals helmet.
You see it.
Oh, okay. You got it there, Rocky? Yeah. So it's that black one?
Yeah.
I kind of like that one. Do you not like that?
I kind of like their white. I mean, I'd like to see what the rest of the uniform looks like. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do all blackouts, but I like the old white Cardinal helmet for whatever reason. It's pretty plain.
Yeah. I like that red Texans helmet. The only problem with the red Texans helmet It was the reverse problem they have with the blue Texas helmet as part of their logo is red. It kind of blends in.
That's
but
why
when they wear the Navy logo, they've got the same issue.
Yeah, see, I like the white. I think their original helmet was white, I think.
Was it?
I think.
So is the Commanders just a completely black helmet just with the W? I like that.
They have gone as generic as possible.
No, I don't mind that either. I hate that they changed their name.
You know
but
what
I
the
don't mind that
Commanders
helmet.
have said is, Rockstar, we are not going to do anything that embroils us in any sort of lawsuit in the future. We're just going to go
somebody do a logo. Nope, it's a W.
No, we're going to go as generic as possible.
As much as I hate the organization, is that a black Saints helmet? It is.
Yeah.
That's jacking that helmet up. The gold with the
it's such a good
with
helmet.
the black fleur-de-lis is. I had a dream last night
See? I
about
knew
my.
this worked.
Oh my gosh! I had my dream. So I've got this. I've got this T-shirt. It's an old Quebec Nordique shirt.
Yeah, I remember when you used to wear it. It's got the fleur-de-lis on it.
Yeah, and it's light blue with the white fleur-de-lis. And I had a dream last night. Where have I left it? I can't find it now.
Well, where did you leave it?
I think Leighton's got it. I've got to check on this. But I haven't seen the shirt in years. But I had a dream about that shirt, and I was out to get the shirt. I think I might have been at Diplomat when I was trying to do that and figure out the dog thing and get my meal.
We had Diplomat last night.
It's so random. Somebody said, how jealous was Ladybird that Lance was with another dog? Could you just see Ladybird over there?
Son of a...
Oh, so Isabel...
Don't you dare come back home.
Isabel was over Saturday, Sunday, and
Right.
it was just Ladybird pouted the entire time.
Pouted?
She did.
Pouted. I think I'm going to my room.
She would just lay there and look at me, give me side eye. Because
Ladybird,
Isabel was on
you've
my
hardly
lap just trying to
touched your
piss her
poutine.
off. That's another rivalry. That's almost
What?
Alabama-Auburn.
Oh, Ladybird versus
yeah,
Isabel. So
yeah.
Isabel's your dog with your ex-wife, for those that don't know.
And
So-
Isabel, and look, the kids, the ex-wife, they don't want to hear it, but I am Isabel's favorite. Not even close.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't want to hear that.
And so when she comes over, she's so excited. But then Ladybird feels like that she's not getting all my attention, and so it's a mess.
It's tough, Lance. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that. Calvin Equipment brings us poll questions as we go to break, and then we're going to do these top 5 coach quarterback combos in college football. We had a couple of polls yesterday after Lance tells us about Calvin Equipment. We'll give you the results.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Calvin Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
So on the MLB Network, one of their analysts in his bold prediction for the second half said that at the trade deadline, Shohei Ohtani will become an Atlanta Brave. Now, again, it was a bold prediction. He's not reporting anything, but it led us to the discussion of what would you give up. And I said one of the biggest Braves fans I know told me he would give up Ronald Acuna in a trade that involved Shohei Ohtani. So we asked, would you include your best player in a trade that included Shohei Ohtani? 58% said yes, 42% said no. So 58% would be willing to give up a Ronald Acuna, a Mookie Betts, a Juan Soto, a whoever your best player for your favorite team is.
I don't know. You know, Ohtani had some issues with the arm a couple of years ago, and imagine if that happens again. I mean, he could still swing it.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a 300 hitter that's going to hit for power too, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough. I would love to poll the 30 general managers in Major League Baseball and see if they would give up their best player for it.
Yeah. One of my good friends, Josh, huge Braves fan, just texted me as I said that, said I'd 100% give up Acuna for Shohei Ohtani. What is the best blow pop flavor? I did. Lunsford does not like the blow plop. Yeah. Again, this is on me. See, Taylor, I think Taylor Korn, I think Taylor is going to have to take over the poll questions. I hate to do that to Taylor because we've got a lot on her. But when you try to do these things in the course of the show, it's just so hard to do them right.
I've never done it, but I believe you.
It is so hard to do them right. We'll discuss that with Taylor later on. I know she's thrilled to be taking on yet another responsibility here at Double Down Media. What is the best blow pop flavor?
It's green apple.
I left green apple off because, again, these are complicated during the show, Lance. But 43% said watermelon, 33% said cherry, 11% said grape, 13% said grape, 11% said strawberry. Green apple was left off, though a lot of people responded and said, hey, green apple. You know what I'm learning? There's 5 flavors there. I like them all. There's not one. There's not a bad blow pop.
I do too. You know, like Starburst, like I could do without the lemon or the orange.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And really
Orange
the cherry.
is okay.
I mean, it came down, like if they would bring lime back, I've always said this, it was maybe the best, but everybody likes strawberry.
You can get the all red and pink. They do a red and pink bag.
And that's the way to do it. Skittles, there's like, it's
like
the
pretty
purple
much all
or the
the Skittles.
green taste like chemicals a little bit.
Yep.
there's a ton of dum-dums I can't stand.
I agree with you on that. Like, I like drinking root beer. I very much dislike the root beer dum-dum.
Oh, terrible. Terrible. But you're right. The blow pop, I mean.
I can't go wrong in a blow pop.
Across the board. Again, Tootsie Pops, which I like a little bit better than the blow pop. I can't do the chocolate Tootsie Pop, though.
Yeah.
Look at this.
What do we got here?
We
got to rank our best blow pop flavors. They've got the cherry number 1, the sour apple number 2, the watermelon number 3. Wow, that's low for watermelon.
I think the cherry is number 1 to a lot. Now, Blue Raz, I might not be a fan of.
But, those are
cherry
like
ice.
Yeah, no. Those are like we're doing something special for the kids. I want my.
I'd try strawberry lemonade.
I think I've had one of those. Not
Black ice?
No, thank you.
Yeah, hard pass.
We got it off the road.
What in the hell?
I had a wreck. All right, so those are our Cowan equipment.
I would try the
questions.
Tutti Frutti, though.
Tutti Frutti?
Yeah.
All right.
I like fruit punch is like one of my go-tos on
Yeah,
Sunday.
I kind of agree. It's generally a safe flavor in any hard candy is fruit punch. All right, Lance is going to give us the top 5 coach-quarterback combos in college football when we return on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Would you call Kirk Ferentz old school?
Yes, very old school.
Yeah. Today, Big Ten Media Days in Indianapolis. Quote, "I'm really concerned the path college football is on right now." I don't view Kirk Ferentz as being any other way but concerned about that, right? He's an old school guy.
That does strike me as one of those programs that it's already difficult to recruit to.
No doubt.
He's done an incredible job when you really look at the grand scope of that career, which is really 20 plus years. Having Iowa a play away from going to a 14 playoff back in 2015 when Michigan State beat them in that Big Ten championship game. They were back in the Big Ten championship game last year.
No, he's done a phenomenal job, but it's only going to get harder for him in Iowa.
It is, yeah. With NIL, I don't know, how feasible that's going to be in Iowa City.
Yep. It's only going to get more difficult for him. All right, so with college football just around the corner, Nebraska opening camp tomorrow. We're a month away from week 0. Lance has dived into college football and is about to give us the top 5 coach-quarterback combos. Listen, number 1 is obvious, so really you're going to give us 4 more.
Yeah, look, I think 1 through 3 are obvious, and then it gets a little tricky, and I think it gets subjective after that.
Is this so far from what you've seen, or is this based on what you think they're going to do this year?
This is so far a combination based on what I think they'll do this year.
All right, a little
so number 1
here.
is obviously the greatest of all time in Nick Saban.
Right.
And your reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
It's kind of hard to go any other route when you got a guy that's won more championships than anybody and the guy that's currently holding the Heisman.
Yeah, so Alabama's going to be your number 1. Number 2, who I believe is the best quarterback in college football right now, C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
And Ryan Day. Ryan Day's yet to win a national championship. He's played for one. The guy doesn't lose regular season games, though.
Right, and C.J. Stroud has yet to win a conference championship.
Yeah.
So neither one of them have won a championship of any, together have never won a championship of any
But
sort.
I believe, and right now I lean Ohio State to win a national championship. C.J. Stroud, this was not good for Clemson last year, and DJ. Ohio State to win a national championship and C.J. Stroud to win the Heisman Trophy.
Right.
And I think if both those come true,
then you're right about this, yes.
Number 3, I'm going to go USC. Lincoln Riley, I think he's earned his stripes. I think people respect him as a head coach, obviously. Caleb Williams showed the flashes. Everyone we talk to, they swear by Caleb Williams. They talk about the big arm. So I would go USC number 3, coach quarterback combo.
So this is the first time you've gotten to what I would still say is an not a completely proven quarterback.
Right.
I mean, C.J. Stroud I consider completely proven. Though, it's easy to forget how much he struggled at times against Oregon. He showed flashes of being a young –
he did.
He was tremendous at times.
So
in
many
that game.
overthrows.
Yeah.
Remember, that was a September game.
I do. And he got so much better as the year went. Yeah. Bryce Young was good from start to finish, basically. But I would say both those guys are proven. I still think we've got a little bit to learn about him, though.
I don't disagree, but is there another direction you would go at number 3?
It's not immediately obvious if so.
Okay.
Let me hear the rest of your – it's crazy, though, that Dabo Swinney and DJ Uiagalelei are not going to be on this in this top 5.
Number 4 is going to be somewhat debated because people just don't believe in this guy, but Kirby Smart just won a national championship. Stetson Bennett doesn't make a ton of mistakes, and I think he is a better than average quarterback. So with the combination of Kirby and what he's been able to do and Stetson Bennett, I would have them number 4.
Look, I mean, you've got the reigning national champion head coach and a guy that has won a bunch of games, has played for 2 national championships. So he's naturally going to weight it towards him a little bit, much in the same way even Nick Saban does with Bryce Young. I mean, it's weighted more towards Nick Saban than Bryce Young, as good as Young was.
Right.
It's certainly weighted more towards Lincoln Riley than Williams. It's weighted more towards Day than Stroud so far. This one is pretty heavily weighted, though. I mean, without Kirby Smart, you wouldn't have Stetson Bennett in this thing.
Right. My number 5 is going to be really controversial. I don't care. I think this guy's a hell of a coach. He doesn't get enough credit. But Wake Forest, Sam Hartman is a really good quarterback. He's been a starting quarterback now 4 years. He was one of the better quarterbacks in college football last year, and Dave Clawson just doesn't get enough credit. That is one of the most difficult jobs in all of football. Dave Clawson had them double-digit wins last year playing for a conference championship.
Wake Forest, our preview team today, so we'll talk a lot more about them later. So let me just discuss the ones you did not include. Did you, and I'm not doing this for the laughs, did you consider Mark Stoops and Will Levis?
It would be on the back end. I'll give you some.
All right, give me some honorable mentions.
Miami. I know you and I don't love Cristobal, but Tyler Van Dyke is really good, and Cristobal is
he's
still
done a good job.
Still a top 15, top 20 coach.
Yeah, I'm not saying Cristobal is awful. I mean, you and I think, have basically just said, boy, there are some Saturdays he's left a lot to be desired. Primarily last year at Stanford. I mean, that game was almost inexcusable.
BYU, I like Kalani Sitake a lot.
I do too.
Jaron Hall is a really, really good quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be as good as Zach Wilson, but he's right below the level of Zach Wilson.
Yeah, do you have Kalani Sitake's, don't look it up if you don't, do you have his record?
I don't.
Because I like Kalani Sitake as well, and I think the thing we like about him is it seems like his team plays their tail off for him, which speaks a lot about a head coach.
They do. And look, I think he's probably an average 8 or 9 win coach.
All right, so he's coached in 77 games.
So 77 games, which is roughly 6 to 7 years. I will say that he is, hold on. I will say that he is 48 and 29.
He is 48 and 29. You nailed it. 77 games, 48 and 29.
Yeah.
But, he had back-to-back 7 and 6s, and as I remember it, 9 and 4, 4 and 9, 7, 6, 7 and 6. That's all pre-COVID. That's not a COVID year in there. As I remember it, there were a lot of people questioning him keeping his job at that point.
There were.
And then he went 11 and 1 COVID year and 10 and 3 this past season.
And there were a lot of people, though, this past season saying he might get the USC job.
That's right. Yeah, so that's how far he's come from maybe losing his job a couple years ago to maybe being the USC coach at one point.
I know this next guy's polarizing too, but Mike Leach, Will Rogers. I think I'm higher on Mike Leach than a lot of people. I think you like Mike Leach.
I like Mike Leach.
I think Will Rogers is really good.
Yeah, every quarterback that's played for him has been good. And I try not to discount the quarterbacks because of that. But every quarterback that's played for him has put up big numbers.
Now, here's what would be interesting. Would you take the combination of Mark Stoops, Will Levis, or Mike Leach, Will Rogers?
What am I trying to do? Win games, put up big numbers?
Win games.
I think I'd go Stoops-Levis.
I'm not going to say Stoops isn't the better coach. Again, I think Leach, because he's so weird and because it's a system, I don't think he gets the credit he deserves.
If I just need offensive numbers, I'm going to go Leach-Rogers. They're going to put up massive numbers.
NC State, Dave Duran.
I wondered if you were going to get to this one.
And Evan Leary.
Yep.
Really, really good quarterback. I think he's done a great job. And look, this is another opportunity kind of like Ohio State this year.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud has not won a conference championship. If Devin Leary was to win a conference championship,
yep.
I mean, that would obviously say
huge.
a lot. And then Purdue. I mean, I think Jeff Brom's a good coach.
Yeah.
Aiden O'Connell is a really good quarterback.
Yeah. So no Kyle Whittingham, Cam Rising.
It would be on the list, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They're honorable mention.
Yeah.
All right.
So do you think what's more controversial, 4
well,
or 5?
I mean, when you throw in Sam Hartman and Dave Clawson, it's going to cause a lot of people to say, let me think on that one for a minute. It's just not brand names, and we're talking Wake Forest here.
It's not.
Yeah. And that shouldn't be held against them. More on Wake Forest coming up a little bit later on. They are our preview team, so we'll get to them and much more when we return on the next round, including the toughest schedule in the nation. A lot of you Auburn fans say it is us. Are you right about that? We'll discuss that next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, second half of the show, trash coming up soon. We've also got to do 4 downs and our 40 and 40 team today, Wake Forest. Mentioned them just a moment ago when Lance had their coach and quarterback in the top 5 combo in the country.
I would like to see some other top 5 combos. Just what direction people. 1 through 3 to me extremely easy.
You know, when you go combos, and we've done this before, like basketball, football coach combos, you get one that so outweighs the other one, it drags the other one in. I mean, with all due respect to Nate Oates, who everybody on this show knows we love Nate Oates. Nick Saban and Nate Oates are going to be in a discussion for best football basketball coach combo because Saban is so incredibly good.
I mean, they would be in the top 5. I don't know where they would rank. I haven't looked at it, but I remember we did this years ago when we had Calipari and Stoops, and people are like, you got Stoops in there? And now it's slam dunk.
Now it's much closer than it's ever been.
Yeah.
But, Bruce Pearl used to drag up Gus Malzahn. I mean, when you would discuss this with Bruce and Gus Malzahn, he was saying, yeah, Bruce Pearl's been to the Final Four.
And I think we would have to probably wait till after this year on that one with Harsin.
With Harsin, yes.
Yeah.
But with Malzahn, you would always make the argument, he's been to a national championship game, but Bruce Pearl's been to a Final Four. And he was so good at Tennessee and all those things. So, yeah, it's hard when you go combo. You're always going to have one that's dragging the other one along.
Yeah.
So Stoops and Levis are interesting. Whittingham is so good. Kyle Whittingham's such a solid coach.
He is. And I like Cam Rising a lot.
Yeah, Cam Rising looks really, really good. So, I mean, it is a tough discussion to have. I'm with you. The top 2 or 3 are pretty easy. But once you get past that, you can make a lot of arguments. This hour presented by Champy's. Pull up the menu right here. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken.
I thought about Sterling this morning.
Did you?
Yeah, because I brought another Lunchable.
Did you have a dream about him?
I did not, but I was bringing a Lunchable, and I was like, well, I hate to get him to come all the way to us again, but it's about time for a Champions lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I would take that if Sterling just wants to offer. I'm not going to say no to that. But it's entirely up to him.
I'm not going to say no.
I'm not going to say no, but it's entirely up to Sterling. I'm not going to ask.
What I would like, I don't know about you, I'd like for it to get here. This is being really specific.
This afternoon at 1.
Well, because if it gets here before 1, I feel like I'm starving and I want to eat it, but it's tough to eat when we're on air.
I agree.
So I'd rather sit down at 1 o'clock and enjoy it with a cold beer.
So Sterling, if you just want to completely blow your day up and bring us lunch one day at 1, we're going to eat it. That's what we're saying, right?
You guys, I think I'm going to be here at 1 today. Are you guys going to be here?
I'll be here.
I've already got a Lunchable, though.
Okay. Lance has had a Lunchable. You know you can't eat twice.
The kid's charcuterie.
I mean, the Lunchable.
No, hey, today's is terrible.
What was that, like 150 calories you just ingested?
I think it's 260. Well, it might be more for the Lunchable. I told you I go the adult Lunchable now, but the other day when I walked in to get Lunchables, they had the front buy 3, get 3 free or whatever. And so today's is the bologna, some kind of government cheese, and chocolate chip cookies.
And you don't think Sterling could beat that?
I know he can beat it, but I'm just saying
You've already eaten it. But anyway, Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, everything from those delicious chicken tenders to the sandwiches and po' boys, those amazing hot tamales. You can get them right there in Alabaster, Highway 119, champyschicken.com. That's champyschicken.com. Thanks to Sterling and all the people at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Real quick, a couple of headlines. Number 1, Auburn has announced, and this is interesting, they've approved renovations to Plainsman Park. One of the renovations is, and they kind of copied the Boston Red Sox. I don't mean this is a slight, but it's obviously what they did. With the green monster in left, they are going to take that the next step and follow the Boston Red Sox with seating atop the green monster in left field at Plainsman Park.
Oh, I like that.
That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, a seat on top of the green monster out in left. They're going to have seats on top of the batting cage, building behind the right field fence. They're going to call the K corner, and premium seating and club space along the first baseline. So an upgrade to Plainsman Park. Why not? Butch Thompson has that program in such great shape right now.
I mean, no doubt. Yeah. I mean, this is a team that went to a College World Series. I'm sure that helps out. You want to keep him.
No doubt. Yeah, this is a way to show your investment in the program. Say, Butch, you don't have to go anywhere to win this thing.
I'm not going to say that I know all college baseball parks in and out, but on uniqueness on that scale, where is Plainsman?
I would say it's pretty unique. Duty Noble over in Starkville is really nice and unique. The old Alex box used to look so cool back in the day when you would watch it on TV. Stanford plays at Sunken Diamond. I've always thought that was a pretty cool name. I think it's mostly underground there. I don't know. That's a good question, but Plainsman Park seems to be a fairly unique park. I'm with you. I just haven't traveled to many of them. I've been in very few college baseball parks. I actually did a TV game one time, Alabama and Tulane. No, it was Alabama. I can't remember who they were playing, but they were in the Tulane region, and I was doing it for some cable network. And it was from Tulane's baseball park in New Orleans. Isn't that random?
Yeah. I was at Pepperdine's ballpark right there in Malibu.
I've heard it's beautiful.
It is, but it's so small because I had a buddy that was scouting a Pepperdine player, and so he was coming out there, and we were just checking out the campus. I've been out there a couple of times, but, it's right there. You can see the Pacific.
Yeah. Now, Pepperdine's campus is supposed to be the most beautiful campus in the world. One of them.
Well, it is. It's on a hill, though. Parking is a pain in the ass.
Well, I'm sure it is, but it overlooks the Pacific, right?
It does.
Yeah.
And Malibu is just such a small, quaint town.
Right.
I don't know. I think it would be interesting to go to school there.
Probably expensive.
Really expensive, and I just don't know where you would go. I mean, everything on the Pacific Coast Highway, it's really 2 lanes there.
Yeah.
It's just really congested.
I'd like to have that problem to worry about. Another headline, Bill Belichick met the media yesterday as camp opens today for the Patriots, and he says he has noticed a dramatic change in Mac Jones.
Well, I think a lot of it is the physique. Mac Jones finally said, look, I'm starting to look at nutrition, and his teammates said he's lost his gut.
Wow. We remember the famous / infamous photo, however you want to look at it, of him in the locker room with a cigar, he, Jalen Hurts, and Tua Tagovailoa after a win over Tennessee, and we're like, man, that guy is a world-class athlete, huh?
Well, Belichick cited the work ethic, physical work, conditioning, mechanics, footwork, understanding of the offense and opponent defenses. I mean, look, he seems like a cerebral guy, but for him to take that next step and really take nutrition seriously, at 24 years old, and I'm just guessing he's 24, it would be tough to take your nutrition seriously.
I agree completely. You get anything you want, especially as many calories as he burns.
Yeah, so me and Jack were heading to walk-ons the other night. And I was like, what are you going to get tonight? And he typically goes with the boneless wings or the sliders.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've just had a lot of burgers lately. I'm going with the boneless wings. And I was like, I've had a lot of burgers lately. I'd love a burger tonight, but I've got the problem of I've got to worry about that now. You don't. You eat as many burgers as you want right now at 14.
That's right. Do it while you can.
Yeah.
We were talking to one of the players at SEC Media Days and told him that, right? I can't remember what player we were talking to. He was talking about how much he's eating. We're like, man, do it while you can.
Of course, I say that.
Love every minute of
You know
this.
what I had last night? I had this is a different joint, and you know this place. I had a Hawaiian quesadilla. I've never seen this before.
That thing is huge.
Have you had it?
Yeah, well, all their quesadillas are huge.
Yeah. But I had it, but I did it without, and you're going to hate this, no meat, no meal. I did it without chicken.
Why did you do that?
But it had the grilled pineapple in it. Rockstar's going to make you sick. The jalapenos, cheese, mushrooms, onions. Was topped with guac and cheese sauce.
I was just in that place.
It was freaking delicious.
It is. It is very good. I was just in that place the other night, and I told Jennifer, I said, I'm not real hungry, so I'm going to get something a little different that is a little bit smaller. So I ordered.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing. I ordered, and my entree had 2 plates. And she said, I thought you were getting something smaller. I said, I thought I was.
Yeah, and look,
everything in there is big.
When I eat Mexican, which is only 5 times a week, I have to get a margarita. I just really crave a margarita.
Those things are massive.
So last
It's like
night
a
I was
bathtub.
like, I'm not going to drink tonight, but I'm going to get 1 margarita with dinner. And he said, do you want small or medium? And I was like, I'll take a medium. Medium's not big. Yeah, it was a fishbowl.
I know, they're massive.
Yeah.
There's this Mexican restaurant near Lance and I, or in Dunaway, where we all live out there. And I mean, I've never seen bigger portions, Rockstar. I don't think you've eaten at this place.
Have your kids gotten the plate of mac and cheese?
No.
So it's the old school. It looks like a little bit bigger edition of the Kraft, but it comes on a full plate. And so Jack always got that, but now he gets that in 2 tacos with it.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
No, the portion, you know how I love a big portion, right? I cannot finish at this place. I mean, I leave food on the plate every single time.
Wow.
And I was in there the other night, and I thought,
love food.
I'm just not starving, so I'm going to go small. Yeah.
Well, I didn't use – so they brought this, and it didn't say anything about rice and beans. They bring a side plate of rice and beans that I did not touch.
Yeah.
And this quesadilla is a full plate.
No, it's massive. The quesadillas are huge.
And I didn't finish the quesadilla, but I didn't touch the rice and beans.
Quesadillas are huge.
But boy, I kill it right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
You got to try the Hawaiian.
I've had it. I told you I've had it. They're massive. Everything there is so
But
big.
do you like the Hawaiian?
Yes, I do very much. Very much. Hey, we're about to do the toughest schedules in America according to – is it America or SEC?
It's all America.
Yeah, but
and
heavy
it's different.
SEC
It's
flavor.
hardest,
Yeah.
easiest, anything
Okay.
in between.
Chris Lowe has his opinion on that. A lot of you Auburn fans say we got to be at the top. Are you there? Find out in 1 second. But first, when something's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, or flushing right, disaster has struck. It could strike at any moment. That's why you keep this number right there next to you for Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, the team at Hemp Hill, they're the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. Birmingham's trusted name since 1954 is Hemp Hill Services. We love and respect Chris Lowe on this show. He does a tremendous job covering college football. He's taken an interesting look at the toughest schedules in several categories in the country. We all know Auburn's got the toughest. I think Phil Steele said theirs is the toughest in the country.
He did. Phil did say Auburn's is the toughest. And Chris Lowe points out you can make a strong case for Auburn, Georgia Tech, Indiana, LSU, Mississippi State, Stanford, and Vanderbilt. But he says for the second straight year, Arkansas' schedule is brutal. Think about this. 5 games against top 25 teams to start. The Hogs are one of 5 Power 5 teams, along with Georgia Tech, Oregon, Stanford, and Texas Tech, that have 2 non-conference games against ranked opponents. That's against Cincinnati at home to open the season, and then against BYU on the road October 15th. In the 3 weeks leading up to the BYU game, Arkansas faces number 5 A&M, number 1 Alabama, and Mississippi State on the road. They've also got to go to Auburn on October 29th.
Yeah, I think we discussed this the other day. I don't know who's got a tougher 4-game stretch. If you want to just look at a 4-game stretch, then A&M, Alabama, at State, and at BYU. That is a really, really difficult 4-game stretch there.
Yeah, hold that 4-game stretch because I'm going to get to what he typically does. His toughest 3-game, he has turned it into a 4-game stretch.
Okay, but I will also say I respect the heck out of Arkansas for this schedule. Now, when they agreed to this game with Cincinnati, they probably never envisioned them coming off a playoff berth, but you knew that's been a pretty solid program over the last 20 years. BYU is always going to be a tough game to play. And on top of that, when they agreed with Liberty, they probably didn't know Hugh Freeze was going to be the head coach. They play Liberty. That's a good out-of-conference schedule. Now they play Missouri State. They got a layup in there. But Cincinnati, BYU, Liberty, that's a tough out-of-conference schedule for an SEC team to play.
Easiest overall Power 5 schedule. Not that people are going to care, but this is interesting. Tony Elliott's first season at Virginia.
How about that?
They've got
Good
just
for him.
one preseason top 25 team, and that's number 15 Pittsburgh at home. The Cavs avoid Clemson and NC State.
Their out-of-conference is Richmond at Illinois, Old Dominion. Not much, and Coastal Carolina. Coastal's a tricky tricky
Grayson
team of late.
McCall's back.
Yeah.
You know, if you're Tony Elliott, though, when you've got Brennan Armstrong coming back from that 6-6 team last year, with this schedule, you know, my expectation as a Virginia fan would be 7 or 8 wins.
Now, what was the stat you just gave about their schedule?
They've only got one preseason top 25 team, and that's Pittsburgh at home. They avoid Clemson and NC State.
I've got them playing Miami, though. They'll be preseason top 25.
Yeah, they will.
I think Chris missed one there. I hate to point out
No,
Chris's
he
errors.
does point out.
Yeah, they've got Miami Saturday, October 29th. They play Georgia Tech on a Thursday night, so they got a long week to get ready for Miami. But, you know, the tail end of their schedule, this actually – when you look at Virginia, after their bye week, they're at Georgia Tech on that Thursday night. But then, listen, Lance, they play Miami, North Carolina, Pitt, Coastal Carolina, and at Virginia Tech. It's a decent finish there.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be another 6-6.
Yeah.
They say Chris Lowe says the most interesting schedule belongs to BYU.
Oh, it does. We've covered it numerous times.
I mean, you open the season in Tampa against South Florida, which used to be a difficult game.
Right.
Then you fly back across the country. I mean, you go
host
through it real
Baylor.
quick.
You're at Oregon. So it's at UCF. Fly back across the country, host Baylor. Then go to Oregon. And you come back home to play Wyoming. Then you play Utah State. Then you got neutral game Notre Dame. Then you host Arkansas. Then you fly back across the country to play at Liberty. Then you host East Carolina. Then you're at Boise State. Then you have a bye. You play Utah Tech and at Stanford. It is a fascinating schedule.
And again, one that we agree, if they go undefeated, they're in the college football playoff.
They play a game in all 4 time zones. I don't know how many teams do that.
Would you
think another team plays a game in all 4 time zones? Not many.
No, I seriously doubt it. And maybe Notre Dame.
Maybe Notre Dame. Yeah, I bet you Notre Dame. I'll look at theirs real quick. Yeah, they've got an Eastern. I don't know that because they play USC. Yeah, Notre Dame does. They're about the only other one that does it, probably. That's an interesting schedule, though, BYU has. Again, another reason we say if they are undefeated, they are in this.
Do you think anybody in the Pac-12 or the ACC has a more difficult schedule than BYU?
Anybody in the Pac-12 or the ACC?
Yep.
I'm going to say no. Do you
I
think
might
so?
even throw in the Big 12. I mean, Texas obviously playing Oklahoma and Alabama.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. Baylor plays BYU, but they don't play anybody else. They play Albany and Texas State out of conference. So I don't think I'll go Baylor. But, yeah, Texas playing Bama. I was going to see their other UTSA and ULM, so nothing crazy out of conference there. But playing Bama and Oklahoma is pretty tough. And Baylor. Texas plays Bama, Oklahoma, and Baylor. I mean, I can make a case on that one.
Here is the toughest Power 5 non-conference schedule. We love Jeff Collins.
Yeah, this is a bad year to draw this one, though.
Yeah, 3 consecutive 3-win seasons. This is not good. You get number 21 Ole Miss at home the third week of the season, then turn around and play UCF the following week, and then obviously you got to end in Athens against Georgia.
Oh, and by the way, you get Clemson out of the ACC to start the year. No, that's a brutal schedule for a guy trying to save his job. That's not the schedule you would want.
Yeah, I'll go quickly on these other toughest group of 5 non-conference schedule. How about Kent State? This is all September. They've got to go to Washington, Oklahoma, and Georgia.
Well, it sucks having to cash checks, doesn't it?
I mean, are you going to have players left after those 3 games?
That is tough. Washington, Oklahoma, Georgia, that's their 3 games.
In September, you know what they get for those 3 games?
I would guess $4.5 million total.
$5.2 million.
5.2. That's where you look at the coach and say, you know that paycheck you get every 2 weeks? This is how you get it.
They say easiest Power 5 non-conference schedule, and a photo finish. Somebody in the chat room said, a trip said, look at UCLA's. They have Chris Lowe has Michigan edging out UCLA
for easiest.
Yeah, neither faces a Power 5 opponent. All their non-league games are at home. Wolverines coming off their first playoff opponent. They open the 2022 season against Colorado State, Hawaii, and UConn. First time in 78 years, Michigan won't play a non-conference game against a current 5 member or Notre Dame.
That's sad. Yeah, I mean that's sad. They scheduled down. I mean, you don't give me those 3 teams again.
UConn, Hawaii, and
you can't even make the case.
Colorado State.
You can't even make the case. Well, we thought they were going to be good, or when we scheduled that game, they were playing well. We can't play fell off. Those are crap programs. You just can't even. All you can say right there is we scheduled down. We scheduled down to make it easier on us.
Okay, you know I like this Mississippi State team, but Chris Lowe calls for them to have the toughest close to the season.
Okay.
You got it there?
You'll have to give me 2 seconds on State.
I mean, if you go October, November, it looks like it. Outside of East Tennessee State.
All right, so Mississippi State, toughest close. Let's start. I mean, you could start in October. Texas A&M at home, Arkansas at home, at Kentucky, at Alabama, bye week, Auburn at home, Georgia at home, ETSU, and at Ole Miss. And you think this team's going to go what?
Yeah,
I mean, Lance.
Look, every schedule in the SEC West is brutal, though.
Well, I know, but I mean, they just
okay. So you give me
them.
if he wins 8 games,
he should be coach of the year with that schedule. I mean, that is crazy starting October 1.
Okay, so 2 more. Okay,
all right.
Toughest road schedule.
Yep.
It starts by saying Brian Harsin has had smoother off seasons. So Auburn, the only SEC West team that has to visit both Alabama and Georgia.
That's
There's
right.
also a trip to number 21 Ole Miss.
That happens every other year, by the way.
The week after the Georgia game, a November 5th trip to Mississippi State.
Yep. And to make it worse is you get them all stacked, basically, because you got those 5 home games to start.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's at Georgia and at Ole Miss back-to-back, at A&M, or excuse me, at State, at Alabama. That's a tough. I mean, that is a very difficult road schedule.
Okay, go back to the 4-game stretch for, who was it?
Arkansas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pull that, because I've got, according to him, the toughest 3-game stretch. He said the criteria here is 3 games in 3 consecutive weeks. But there is one team that has to play 4 games against top 25 opponents in 4 consecutive weeks. And it's a coach on the hot seat.
Well, I'll quickly say if State snuck into the top 25, it would be Arkansas. But this coach is not on the hot seat. Who is it?
Dino Babers in Syracuse.
Oh, the Qs.
So here we go. The Orange play number 8 NC State at home on October 15th. Then they travel to number 12 Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
They return home to face Notre Dame, and then they hit the road to face Pittsburgh.
That is brutal. That's an 0-4 right there.
I mean, it really is. I don't know how they can win any of those games.
I mean, I would argue A&M neutral site, Bama at home, at State, and at BYU is as difficult as that, if not more difficult.
I believe NC State will be a top 10 team. I think Clemson will be a top 10. Notre Dame will be a top 10. And I think Pittsburgh's a top 20 team. I don't know. It's close.
It's close. I mean, it's close. There's no doubt. If State found a way to sneak in the top 25, and I just don't know that they've got enough in their schedule early to get in the top 25. I mean, they're Memphis, at Arizona, at LSU, Bowling Green. I don't know that that's top 25 material with those wins. It would change it.
Yeah.
Well, that's according to Chris Lowe. Those are some really, really difficult stretches, though, those 4-game stretches. All right, when we return, it'll be time for Trash Lance Precision Sports. You know who's going to need that? Syracuse after that 4-game stretch right there. They're going to need, or Kent State after they're open.
Yeah, they probably will. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or call Waynes.com. About to head to trash. A reminder that you can see all the RVs at Johnston RV Center online at johnstonrvcenter.com. You can also visit them in person. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. They've got those Cherokee Alpha Wolves starting as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down, all the way up to the most popular couples coach, $329 a month, just 10% down and approved credit. The Coachman Clipper travel trailer starting at just $16,946. It includes a lifetime warranty. See more at johnstonrvcenter.com. Couple celebrity passings before we go to trash. I just saw Tony Dow passed away. I don't know that he did anything other than Wally Cleaver. Maybe he did, but he was 77. But that's an iconic television show way back in the day.
Way back in the day. And I would have thought Tony Dow, when he played Wally, was probably 18, 19 years old.
77, he passed away today.
Yeah, I would have thought he was a little older.
And then Paul Sorvino passed away last night. Paul Sorvino he's a good actor, but Paul Sorvino played Mob Boss very well.
He did. And Goodfellas was his #1 role.
Goodfellas in The Firm. He was Mob Boss in The Firm, too.
Yeah, he was. But I think more iconic, obviously, Goodfellas.
There's no doubt. You know what last night I started watching. I didn't get to finish it because my wife was at a dinner with some friends, and I was at home, and Godfather 2 was on. And I watched probably the first hour and a half of Godfather 2.
I really can't decide which one's better.
I really can't either. I wish they would have done it this way. I wish they had done Godfather, as I thought about this watching Godfather 2, done Godfather, then Godfather 2 is just the backstory. We don't intertwine the backstory with the modern day. We just do the backstory. And then Godfather 3 is the rest of what would be left over from Godfather 2. Does that make sense? And we never do the 3 that sucks.
Yeah, or we do it in linear.
Or maybe so. Maybe Godfather 1 is the total backstory.
Yeah.
Right? From CCO killing his, well, spoiler alert, killing his mom and him running away. That's the start of the movie.
That's the start of the movie. Yeah. And then you go to The Godfather would be 2, and then 3 would be
Godfather 2.
Godfather 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like last night I was watching Better Call Saul, and I'm almost convinced, like, you guys went back and watched Mad Men. If I talk to somebody that has never seen...
That's why I couldn't watch The Godfather last night, so we started Mad Men.
Yeah. Somebody has never seen either Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, I would tell them to watch Better Call Saul first.
It's become my favorite.
It's interesting, yeah. So you watch that, and then you watch Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I mean, like, Breaking Bad was amazing, but I love Better Call Saul.
You know, it's interesting you say that because to me, and I can't remember.
Last night, this is the first episode of this season, was the one I watched last night. It's great.
Better Call Saul had started by the time I watched Breaking Bad, so I was familiar that there's a Saul Goodman. I just didn't know a ton about him. But for me, a turning point in Breaking Bad is the introduction of Saul Goodman. And you're like, oh, this is a fantastic character. And I think some of that would be lost if you had watched Better Call Saul.
Well, I don't know, because here's what, like Smoff is saying, the ending of this Better Call Saul shaping up to be epic. I agree, but I kind of know what's going to happen a little bit because of what carries over to Breaking Bad.
Yes, but you, the backstory. I'm watching how the relationship ends with Kim. It has to end.
Well, I thought it was going to end last night.
So that's the biggest thing I'm curious about.
I need to go watch Better Call Saul because I love Saul Goodman on Breaking Bad. Here's
the thing: you get so many good, and this is the golden era of television. We have so much good stuff.
Yeah.
Like when I was watching Better Call Saul last night, they continue to show the previews for Dark Winds. And I've talked to people that have seen that, and they say it's really, really good.
I've heard it. I haven't seen it. It's another AMC show, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's another AMC show. Anyway, my point was going to be on. I had a point to Better Call Saul.
You want to think about it when we start?
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Dark Winds.
Mad Men.
Mad Men.
Oh, just started. I got to go get trash.
Rockstar,
anyway.
hit the button. Lance has got to go get trash. Trash is going to be brought to you by Mortgage Right. Go, Rockstar.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right
I
way.
think the funnier part is I understand.
Well, how do you react?
Yeah, your balls are hot.
I know my point now. In today's golden era of TV, so many shows start out so good and they don't stick the landing. Better Call Saul starts out a little slow for some people. Again, I enjoyed it, but it gets better every season, and that's really hard to accomplish. I give Vince Gilligan a lot of credit there. Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising costs or gas prices. Now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is this possible? Home values are also on the rise. This means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right. Learn how much you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. We start first. D-Day Museum was swiftly evacuated after someone presented a worker with a hand grenade as a, quote, donation.
I just would like to donate.
Yeah, pin is itchy.
I've been to the D-Day Museum in New Orleans. Is the one in New Orleans we're talking about
This
here?
is not. This one is in Portland. It's the Castleton D-Day Center.
That's not a real one.
I've heard that one's really cool.
The one in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Anyway, the staff member contacted police just after midday on Wednesday. Visitors were, quote, filled with terror as they evacuated from the building. One local resident who wished not to be named said, quote, I was just bringing back the children from their last day at school, and yeah, it's not something you hear about every day.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now, the mayor of Portland, Pete Roper, could not believe someone chose to hand the grenade in. He said, I understand the thought process. The grenade should have been left alone, and police should have been called as soon as it was discovered. Police asked everyone to leave the building and neighboring properties and put up a 50-mile cordon zone. 50-meter cordon zone.
Yeah. I mean,
what are you doing today, Grandpa? I'm going to take this grenade to the
I've had it long enough.
Yeah, it's useless to me now. It's just been sitting here live.
Like when somebody's handing you the grenade, like if they pulled the pin but they're still holding the little trigger thing, you're good, right? But if they hand it to you, you're gonna grab that trigger, aren't you? You're not going to let that go.
I'm going to throw it. I'm not going to hold it.
Yeah, I think I would throw it too.
Bad ending for Christian Slater and Heathers.
Yeah. This could be bracket challenge next year.
Hand grenade?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
I think
I've already got, we've had a client. He has suggested something. I'm holding it. It is really, really, really good for next year.
You have now tasted the pain of bracket challenge losses.
Yeah.
So you're going to take this far more seriously, I think, when
I
we start
will.
picking these.
Yeah. I took it seriously before because I knew if I lost, I did not want to do it. Now, in retrospect, I look back and it was a lot of fun because I got to hang out with my daughter for a week.
Well, yeah, I mean, not everything about the trip to Alien Fest was awful. I would not suggest that. I mean, I had my wife with me. We were on the road together for a long time. But, buddy, that is a long drive.
Okay. Testicle Festival.
Yeah. I'm going to struggle to find anything good about this.
This is out of Watsonville, California. Now, in August, the 14th Annual Testicle Festival will return to Watsonville. The festival, put on by Young Farmers and Ranchers Committee, will be held August 27th. The event will take place from 3 o'clock till 7 o'clock. Hors d'oeuvres will be Rocky Mountain oysters, which I was familiarized with in the summer of 1995 when I lived in Kansas. Dinner will be chicken salads, bread, and dessert. Tickets are $60 for adults, $30 for kids.
That's a hefty price.
Yeah, I would say.
So, yeah, Rocky Mountain oysters, by the way, are just cow testicles.
One of the great scenes from Funny Farm.
Sheep balls. You got to hold them low and clip them.
Chevy Chase, the look on his face. That's so good.
You know, I think one thing you never want to do is get on the wrong side of the cartel.
You don't think so?
No. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel, they call them the CJNG,
right,
has threatened to kidnap a social media influencer who earlier this month broadcast about shutting down traffic on a busy bridge in Guadalajara.
Uh-huh.
Now, Rodolfo Fofo Marquez, look, there he is.
Oh, Fofo?
And unidentified accomplices blocked all 3 lanes of the bridge in the Jalisco capital, by parking luxury cars across them, and went on to put on the caption, "Look, I closed the bridge just for me," showing once again what money and power can do in Mexico. Said this on a TikTok video.
And obviously, the drug cartel would like that street to remain flowing for some reason.
Drug cartel did respond, social media. Quote, "It's an act we don't tolerate. We would never allow an asshole like this to come to Jalisco and do these kind of things. We're the ones who are in charge of Jalisco and all Mexico."
That's right. And I think they're probably right about that.
This gets a little deeper. "We won't allow you to come to Guadalajara thinking you can do what you want. Here in Jalisco, El Mincho is in charge." Now, that's their leader of this cartel.
Right.
Now, the CJNG then warned Marquez that if they see him, they're going to abduct him if he ever comes back to Guadalajara or anywhere else, and that his money would be no use to him. Quote, "Not even all the money you have will help you."
Oof.
I don't know if I'd sleep well.
I know.
The best part of that story is the cartel has a Twitter.
Yeah, it really is.
At Mexican
and a guy that
Cartel.
runs a social media.
No,
manager,
the
too.
best is...
They've got their old Taylor Corn that's running their
best
media.
is our president got banned from Twitter, but the cartel can basically do death threats on Twitter.
Absolutely, yes.
It's an amazing world.
Are they verified?
I
At
don't-
Mexican Cartel.
Let's see.
Now, what is their Twitter handle? Does it say?
Whatever the CJNG.
CJNG.
All right, I'm going to look it up. CJNG.
They called Fofo scum, by the way. He does look like a handful.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think he's the type of guy I want to hang with.
Can you believe guys like that are rich? Just from
Well,
posting bullshit.
I found this, but it's all in Spanish. So I don't even know what I'm
But you
looking
can
at.
translate. Remember, you can...
Yeah, it's a lot of effort.
Okay. Oh, this is one you probably think about at some time or another, and you think just never happens. But a 70-year-old woman was stabbed by the bill of a 100-pound sailfish that leapt out of the water and attacked her as her companions were trying to reel it on a boat near the Florida coast.
Well, you do not see that every day, do you?
Nope. The sailfish stabbed the woman from Maryland in the groin area with its pointed bill on Tuesday while she was standing in the boat as two companions tried to bring it in on the fishing line about 2 miles offshore. Would you rather have that stab you in the groin area or have the lightning bolt?
Oh, what Josh Pate talked about? The, I think...
Penile lightning strike.
Yeah. I don't know that that's true 100%. That if I'm going to the bathroom...
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm scared of lightning, but I take showers when it's lightning out.
Don't take showers in lightning.
Yeah, people say that. I've never heard of anybody being struck by lightning.
I did remember when I was
I've
a
never known
kid.
somebody to be blown up by a grenade, but it happens.
In a war?
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, the hardline phone was a no-no, and I remember like a neighbor, it hitting the line, it blew the phone apart. So if she would have been on the phone, technically it would have probably blown her eardrum out. Maybe killed her, yeah.
So you had a neighbor and lightning blew their phone up.
It did.
How about that? That
Was
is
the
pretty...
Flints?
It was not the Flints.
That was the upset.
It always goes to the Flints.
I know.
So yeah, anyway, she was taken to, according to the report, companions applied pressure to the wound. Woman was taken to Stuart, Florida for medical treatment. Woman told deputies the attack happened so fast she didn't have time to react. Yeah, I don't think anybody's really going to be able to react to that.
You can be the quickest person alive. That one's going to catch you by surprise.
Sailfish are among the fastest fish species in the ocean.
Yeah.
And finally, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office says a man was arrested on Friday. Corey Johnson, 29, from Ocala, told deputies he had taken his Ford F-150 without the owner's permission 3 days before driving to the Patrick Space Force Base. According to deputies, Johnson said he didn't know who owned the vehicle. Upon investigation, detectives discovered the vehicle was stolen. County deputies say that Johnson tried to get on the base. He claimed to be warning the government about a fight happening between Chinese dragons and U.S. aliens.
See, nobody's talking about it. Have you heard a headline yet? Nobody's talking about it.
I got to say, I'm going to go U.S. aliens in that one, though.
Not just dragons, Chinese dragons.
Yeah, but I mean, would you go U.S. aliens over Chinese dragons?
Oh, I don't know.
Can the dragons fly?
Yeah, you haven't seen Game of Thrones. The dragon's a game changer.
How about those Chinese dragons, though, in Game of Thrones?
Johnson also told deputies he was sent by the President of the United States to give the warning, and that in his mind, he heard the President tell him to steal the vehicle. He was arrested on Friday. They didn't listen, and he was charged for grand theft of a motor vehicle.
I like this alibi, though.
He looks not happy, right?
Wow, yeah.
You're preventing him from doing his job.
He's trying to warn us all. I still think I'm going U.S. aliens.
I think I would go with the Chinese Dragon.
Well, I mean, I would imagine our spaceships, the dragons in Game of Thrones I did see, don't seem like they fly fast.
You know, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to see this, and I think they did fly fast.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Well,
but a White Walker was able to spear one out of the sky.
Yeah.
And then I forgot what the dude's name was that took one down with one of the arrows.
I love it.
Hawkeye.
I love it when Lance.
Unless was this one of the Greyjoys or whatever.
Well, what?
Greyjoy.
Yeah,
Greyjoy?
it was Greyjoy. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it when Lance talks about a movie not being realistic and then does that.
Inflation out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters and want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
We talked about dreams earlier. Jeffy Jeff asked, when Lance falls in his dream, is he falling at Superior Grill? That was your worst fall ever, right?
No, my worst fall ever was at place called. It wasn't,
the name's a little fuzzy, probably.
Yeah, it wasn't Copper Top. It wasn't Tin Roof. It was something like that in Atlanta and Buckhead.
Yeah.
But that was my second worst fall.
Yeah, the second worst. You lost teeth on that one, though.
Yeah, I lost teeth on one. I had to get staples in my skull on one. But then when I fell out of the tree, I had to get, I broke my wrist and I was concussed. So I've had 3 pretty bad falls.
It really is crazy.
What do you do?
Stay
Keep
upright.
falling, brother.
Yeah, keep falling. You'll get it. All right, when we return, the weirdest people are in favor of college football playoff expansion. What does this tell you? There's another one on the record today. We'll discuss that when we come back on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, we continue on the Next Round. This Kyler Murray contract deal is super alarming.
It's really strange.
Yeah, if I'm a Cardinals fan, I am really alarmed by this. And by the way, my franchise quarterback is a guy that people have questioned his commitment to working. This contract shows you there's potentially a lack of commitment. This hour presented by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy'sChicken.com. Here's the menu right here. You see how extensive it is. Not just chicken fingers. Those chicken tenders are tremendous, but chicken on a stick, po' boys, salads, the great tamales. You could see more at Champy'sChicken.com. That's Champy'sChicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and all the great people there at Champy's Chicken. The Kyler Murray contract, for those that don't know, made him the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Am I right about that?
Yep.
Second highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And reports are now that in this contract, there is an obligation for him to spend 4 hours a week outside the facility studying film. And for those of you that don't know how that works, there are team-issued iPads, and they can monitor what you look at or don't look at on those iPads.
What I would love is the negotiation of we presented 8 hours. His representation said, no, that's
we'll
too
do 4.
much. We'll do 2 hours.
So Scott is showing you, if you're watching us on video, Scott is showing you the terms in the contract there. I mean, this is, if I'm a Cardinals fan, man, am I alarmed by this.
Oh, yeah. And look, and I don't know if this is just the new era of giving guys $40 to $50 million to quarterback their franchise. And maybe this has been done before, but I have never heard of it. The clause is labeled the independent study addendum. And in order for the club's next upcoming game, he will receive a, quote, credit for completing his film study, according to the contract. However, the addendum states that the time that Murray spends in mandatory meetings studying does not count.
That's right. Mandatory meetings don't count. Yeah, this is additional to that.
And this is what would get me, because I don't know about you, when I would try to study in college, which was typically the night before the exam.
Yeah, I would cram.
They say that if he's not studying or watching the material while it plays on his tablet, or if he's doing something that can distract him or draw his attention elsewhere while the material is playing, such as playing video games, watching TV, or browsing the internet, he fails to, it's deemed default.
You think he has a focus problem?
Yeah. I mean, and you just made him the second highest paid quarterback. These two don't match up to me. how you can make him the second highest paid quarterback in the league and also need to put this clause in his contract. How do those two things mesh to you?
I mean, this is the leader of your team, the face of your franchise, the guy that needs to be putting in the extra work without you asking. I mean, Phillip Rivers, I'm not the biggest fan, but when he was when they were playing their games in L.A., his final year, he was taking that.
He still lived in San Diego because he didn't want to move his family.
Yeah, he was taking that.
They had a limo every day.
Well, it was that
Or a car
Mercedes,
service or whatever,
they're called.
Car service, yeah.
And he would watch film all the way up.
That's right. It was like a Sprinter van or something.
Sprinter van. That's
Sprinter
exactly what
van.
it
And
was.
he would spend time watching that film. He's like, I'm going to be on the road an hour. It's a great time to watch film, up and back. So he got his 2 hours a day there. We're talking 4 hours a week here.
Yeah, I don't think when Tom Brady was given a contract, people were worried about this.
Do you think Tom Brady and Peyton Manning laugh at this?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I think Matt Stafford laughs at this.
Maybe. I mean, most successful quarterbacks do. Aaron Rodgers, as much as you dislike Aaron Rodgers, you don't think that guy spends time watching film?
No, this would be the equivalent of, and this is probably a bad analogy, but if we didn't read articles or watch sports.
I know it sounds sometimes like we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I get that, but we try. So I'm just saying we're doing our 4 hours at least. I mean, 4 hours is a layup for this guy to do. For an upcoming opponent, you've only got 17 opponents the entire year.
As Lunsford said, I'll watch as much film as you want for that kind of money.
Oh, I'll watch bad film.
Tripp says Brady and Rodgers do.
I'll watch amateur film for that kind of money.
Tripp says Brady and Rodgers do 4 hours of film study on the next opponent by 8 a.m. on Monday after a Sunday game. I bet he's right about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Kerry says he's publicly bragged about how he never watches film. This is just the Cardinals organization trying to cover their own, you know what, because they know he won't have a choice.
Well, that would concern me.
No, it's a huge concern.
Because we talk about you see great moments from Kyler. And, one of the number one things is be prepared.
Yeah.
And with his God-given talent, if he was truly prepared week in, week out, there's really not an excuse.
That's like, this is, on the same day that Taylor Lewan, the tackle for the Tennessee Titans, who's a really good offensive lineman, but he's been hurt a little bit. And he's got a contract here, and he said, hey, I'm punching out of social media. It's too big of a distraction. I'm not going to have social media this season. I need to focus more. So all players, I guess, struggle with this to a certain extent. But there are just things that go with your job you have to do, whether you're distracted or not.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what Kyler's day in, day out is. We know what his Sunday is, but outside of that, we know his Tuesday's his off day.
Yeah.
So he's got that full off day. But being at the facility, he's not really going through reps all week. You're sitting there, and as somebody brings up, getting treatment at the facility, Kerry says, how hard would it be just to watch film while getting treatment?
But can I make this point? Kyler Murray's a pretty good NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
You'll give me that. If he's actually not watching much film and he's this good, how much better could he be if he'll apply himself? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If he really prepared, being prepared and especially knowing the opponent, it is pretty amazing they won 11 games last year if he's not watching any film at all.
Yeah, 11 games went to the playoffs. Now, he did not perform well in the playoffs. It looked like the Rams had watched plenty of film on him in the playoffs. But, this guy could be a really top-tier NFL quarterback, and that's the way the Cardinals are paying him, is that he is a top-tier NFL quarterback. And maybe that's what they're saying is if he'll just do this, it'll make sense that we're paying him.
Do we have another example of this besides Allen Iverson's practice?
No, Bob Horner had a weight clause in his contract, didn't he? You remember that back in the Braves days?
No, I think there's a lot of people that have weight clauses in their contract.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? Green Bay, play for Alabama.
Eddie Lacy. Yeah,
Eddie
he had
Lacy
one too, I believe. I think you're right about that.
He did.
Yeah.
I think it didn't work out well.
No, it did not.
I think
Hard to maintain.
Eddie liked to eat, man. Who doesn't? Who among us doesn't like to eat, Lance? We've been begging people to bring us food today.
Do you remember the Eddie Lacy tweet?
What was it? I don't.
Remember, he was going in the end zone and he fumbled.
Yeah.
And I said, I guarantee if that was a pot roast, he wouldn't have let that go.
Pot roast.
That one cost me money.
Pot roast is the best part of it, too. All right.
He would have held on both hands.
Smuff said Pablo Sandoval had one. Yeah, the Panda was massive.
He was. But remember, he was on his tablet while he was taking a deuce.
Yeah. Well, I think his was a weight one. His was a weight, not a film study. All right, when we return, I'm going to get to that.
No, but I'm saying he was liking pictures of
Oh,
Brazilian
that's right.
models.
That's right.
When he was during a game.
Yeah. I'm going to get to that playoff. We got a college commissioner weighing in on the playoff. What does it tell you about these playoff bedfellows and expanding college football playoff? Don't forget the show brought to you in part by the University of Montevallo, home to the Fighting Dunaways. They've all gone there to the University of Montevallo. It's a great, great experience and great value. They haven't gone up on their tuition recently, so still a great value. It's a school of distinction, one of the most beautiful campuses in the South, according to Southern Living. You can see more for yourself. Drive down there or just go to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu for the University of Montevallo College Football Playoff. Expanding or not, these people say yes. That's next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, the final live hour today of the next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway's still recovering. Hopefully back with us soon. Rockstar producing the show. Scott Forrester on video. John Lunsford making sure you hear and see absolutely everything involved with the show. Taylor Corn handling our social media. And you can join us at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. We will start the hour on the phones with Chad from Gadsden. What is up, Chad? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I didn't get to call in. You guys were talking about teams that have, like, 2 areas of concern versus 3 areas of concern.
Yeah, that was Bill Connolly, who's a big stats guy with ESPN, does his annual ifs column. So basically, Alabama had 2 ifs. If they handle these 2 ifs, they win the national championship. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia all had 2. Some had 3, some had 4, some had 5.
Okay. Well, this is somewhat tangential to that topic, but Lance, can you give me an over-under on the number of Auburn victories this year?
I would put it at 6.5.
Is that you? What is Vegas?
I think Vegas is 6.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say 6.5 is a number.
Okay. So to me, that feels generous, and I kind of wanted to get you guys' idea on this. I feel like, even as an Auburn fan, this feels a lot like 2012 to me, and I think the 3 games are probably given if nothing happens.
We lost Chad.
I hate we're losing Chad.
Well, Chad, you back? I thought I heard you for a second.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go all the way back. You started by saying this is a lot like 2012 to me, then pick up from there.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I think the 3 cupcake games should be a gimme, and I think Missouri should be a W. But outside of that, I honestly don't know. I don't know how good Penn State's going to be. I don't know if this is going to be a bowl team. It just doesn't feel right there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Chad's breaking up a little bit there. So I appreciate the call, Chad. I got what he was saying there. Can they, the path to bowl eligibility. So let's just do worst case scenario path to bowl eligibility. Mercer, San Jose State, 1 and 2. That's very easy. Western Kentucky, 3. All right, so there's your 3. Let's find the worst case 3 more to get bowl eligible.
Okay, let's do this to be fair. So just because the quarterback situation, I just don't know how good it's going to be in the month of September based on the quarterbacks that we've seen that are on that roster.
Yeah.
So Mercer, San Jose, 2-0. I'll give them Penn State or Auburn. Is that fair?
Penn State or Missouri, you mean?
No, I'm giving them Missouri.
Well, you said or Auburn. Which one? LSU?
I mean, Penn State or LSU.
Okay, all right. So 4-1 start.
4-1 start.
And I think that's where Auburn will be. I think they'll drop a game somewhere, but I think they'll be 4-1.
Yeah, I think 4-1's right.
So now all you got to do is find 2 more with Western Kentucky on deck. So really you only need 1 more win here to get bowl eligible. You got Western Kentucky still left.
It's going to be tough. I mean,
well, there's a win in there.
I think they get 6, but A&M or Arkansas, yeah, I think they'll get one of those 2.
So you're giving them Penn State or LSU. So we got a 4-1 start here for Auburn. And we're here's what you got left. At Georgia, at Ole Miss, Arkansas, at State, A&M, Western Kentucky, and at Alabama. You have to find one win outside of Western Kentucky to get bowl eligible. Now, I don't know that saves Brian Harson's job at all, just bowl eligible. In fact, I doubt it does.
I don't think it would.
But if I've got to find a win there, Auburn has owned Ole Miss of late. I think that's where I would look for that win. I mean, I look at last year, the Georgia game, there was a controversial call right at the half. That game's...
It didn't matter, I don't think.
I mean, Georgia's a
was
much better team, and you're on the road there. That's going to be tough. Ole Miss, you won that game. They won last time they were in Oxford. Whatever reason, Auburn's had a hold on Ole Miss of late. Arkansas at home. You won that game last year.
Really good game.
Yeah, but they won it. Auburn won it. It felt like by 2 scores. Wasn't it like 35-28 or something like that? Am I right about that?
Oh.
Something like that. 38.
I don't know. The last time they lost to Arkansas, it was 38-23.
38-23. They won that game going away.
I know they've at least beaten Arkansas 5 straight years.
Well, keep in mind now, I know you say the last time they had a super controversial ending in Jordan Hare a couple years ago. And that was a game Arkansas, and by all rights, should have won that game. That was the old Bo Nix backward spike play, if you remember. Yeah, 2020.
And they won 30-28.
Yeah, that was a really, really controversial ending there. So there you go. At Ole Miss and Arkansas, I mean, that's 2 games you won last year.
But I would say this. It seems like Arkansas is trending in the right direction.
I don't disagree.
I'm probably going in the wrong direction.
At Mississippi State, you think State's going to be a difficult out this year, but where that falls in State's schedule is a brutal run for Mississippi State.
And let's remember, that was a tale of 2 halves. Mississippi State was down 28-3 at halftime, and then it was a complete meltdown for Auburn in the second half.
A&M, you lost that game 20-3 last year. Your offense was putrid in that football game, just absolutely terrible, but you at least get it back home. And then there's Western Kentucky and at Alabama.
If Bailey Zappi was back, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, with Western Kentucky.
It really would be.
This guy's going to be an NFL roster, isn't he?
I say they go 7-5.
I think 7. I mean, if you just want to go worst case, I can find 6 wins to get you in a bowl game.
7-5 is going to have me sweating because we sent out the video today of Barkley taking 8 wins.
Yep.
8 wins being a win.
Yep.
They get to a bowl at 7-5. Who knows?
Yeah. As Chad points out, Georgia State looked like an easy game last year too. It did, and Auburn by all rights should have lost that one.
Tripp says FanDuel has Auburn at 5.5, over 160, minus 160, under plus 135.
I mean, over 5.5 feels easy.
Oh, it does.
Well, I mean,
and minus 160 tells you they're going to get there, but what Vegas is saying right now is they're not going to get more than 6 wins.
But over 5.5 feels really easy. I mean, I've got 3.
The key, and I think Josh Pate said this earlier on the show, if you can start 5-0, then the narrative changes. Now, the problem is, it's much like I'll use the analogy of pool golf. My front 9 is really easy. I always score well in the front 9.
That pressure gets
the
you.
The back 9 is really, really difficult, and that is Auburn. Their front 9 this year is pretty easy.
It is. I agree. It's about as easy as you're going to get in the SEC.
The back 9 is brutal.
Yep. I mean, I just start looking like Mercer and San Jose State. I mean, if you lose those, it's a disaster year. So I'm not even going to discuss those.
Well, going back to Georgia State, if they would have lost that game last year,
disaster year.
No telling what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Harsin survives the regular season last year even. They tried to fire him in the offseason. But Missouri is the one I wanted to touch on. If you lose to Missouri at home, and I know it's right after Penn State and before LSU, so it's sandwiched in, some pretty big helmet games, Lance. But if you lose to Missouri, that is going to I'm afraid for Auburn, a loss to Missouri would start, how the water circles around the drain? Now, water's circling around the drain if you lose to Missouri. It's going to be hard to rebound from that one.
Oh, well, I mean, think about it. I mean, if you lose to Penn State and then Missouri, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying loss to Missouri because Missouri's not a good team. I'm just saying you lost that. That's one of the home games we've given Auburn all year.
We say that, but Missouri's good enough to beat you on a given Saturday.
Look, I mean, Auburn was picked 7th in the West, so everybody's a good team they're playing, obviously. But I'm just saying, if you're going to lose to Missouri, look at the rest of that schedule. Who you realistically beaten if you're bad enough to lose to Missouri? I mean, it's just being honest about it.
So to me, let's do this real quick on the fly.
All right, go.
2 most fascinating teams in the SEC for you this year.
2 most fascinating teams in the SEC?
Yeah, just to see how it plays out. I mean, there's a lot. There's more than 2. Well, let's do our top 3. Or do you want to do that next segment?
Let's do top 3. Let me think about it. Top 3 most fascinating teams.
Yeah.
In the Southeastern Conference.
I have got my top 3.
Yeah. Hey, before I talk about this playoff thing, real quick, I want to tell you about Wayne's. Smart Pest is the best deal they've ever offered right now at Wayne's. $100 off your initial Smart Pest service at Wayne's when you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round and tell them you want to save with Smart Pest. And what does Smart Pest do? Well, it's 24/7 rodent monitoring. It monitors your attic and your crawl spaces for rodents. The minute one is detected, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. They send somebody out, stop the problem. No more rodent infestation. No rodent infestation at all. And here's the key. You don't do anything except this. Call 866-WAYNES-1 or visit callwaynes.com. 866-WAYNES the number 1. Listen, Wayne's, they are family to us, so they consider you family as well, and they want you to save. TNR. The code TNR for the next round saves you $100 off your initial Smart Pass service when you call 866-WAYNES1. Kevin Warren today. Big Ten Media Days opened in Indianapolis like Greg Sankey does when he addresses the assembled media. Kevin Warren does the same thing, the Big Ten commissioner. I am 100% supportive of college football playoff expansion. What does it tell you? And it could tell you numerous things. That the two conferences that really don't need an expanded playoff are Greg Sankey in the SEC and Kevin Warren in the Big Ten. And they're both 100% in favor of it.
I think what it tells you is those conferences are so good they know they're going to get multiple members.
Yeah, because a lot of people read this and say, well, it tells you that those commissioners are looking for the best of college football because they don't need an expanded playoff. Maybe that is the case. That's why I said it could mean numerous things. But you're right. They also know this is a pathway to getting 3 or 4 teams in a playoff.
So right now, the Big Ten, the reports are with UCLA and USC coming in, the television rights are going to be $1 billion.
Okay.
What does that tell you about an extended playoff? I mean, the money just continues to grow.
Yeah.
And it's amazing that we go back 2 years ago, basically this week, it seemed like that was when the Big Ten said we're not going to play football. And it seemed like we weren't going to have a season. And Kevin Warren was at the forefront of that. Now we go from that to let's expand as much as we possibly can.
So if you just look at the final college football playoff rankings just last year, if you'd had an expanded playoff, Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss would have all been in from the Southeastern Conference, Lance. So that's 3. Michigan, Ohio State, and Michigan State would have all been in from the Big Ten. That's 3. 6 of the 12 from those two conferences if you had a 12-team playoff. That's what they're looking at.
Yeah, and it'll be that way every year.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you. I mean, even the Big 12, they would have had 2. They'd have had Baylor and Oak State in all likelihood.
Of course, I say that. The SEC, would they get 3 this year?
A&M, I think A&M's good enough, yeah. Alabama, Georgia, A&M.
But wouldn't it be just A&M like if you knew it was expanded to 12, you could still lose 2 games, you'd go 9-3.
They'd go 9-3 and finish 13th. You're probably right. That would be just like them. But that's Kevin Warren today saying they are in favor of this. All right, let's do our Baumhower's 40 and 40 today. We give you 40 teams and 40 shows leading up to the start of week 0. So today, we're on team 23. What does that tell you about how many shows we have left until week 0?
Oh, not a lot.
Not a lot. We're going to go to the ACC and a quarterback-coach combo that Lance Taylor says is in the top 5 of all of college football and is presented by our friends at Baumhower's.
Our friends at Baumhower's, they are celebrating 40 years in business here in Alabama. Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. And look, my man Bob, we all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhower's, they're here to save you a few bucks. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited time Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item of the week is the fried Wickles, hand-battered fried, sweet and spicy Wickles pickles, served with a side of scratch-made buttermilk ranch for only $6.99. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhower's Victory Grill.
All right, Wake Forest from the ACC, one of the surprise teams in the ACC last year. There were a couple of them in Pittsburgh. And Dave Clawson, you don't think it's going to drop off too much this year?
I really don't. You know, he's got 13 returning starters. They were 11-3 last year. They played for the ACC championship game or in the ACC championship game. And Sam Hartman is one of the best, most experienced quarterbacks in all of college football. Dave Clawson knows offense. It's his 9th year in Winston-Salem. This guy can coach. I mean, this is as bad as the program was. Just look at his last 6 years: 7-6, 8-5, 7-6. 8-5, 4-5 during COVID, and 11-3 last year. Wake standards. I mean, that's
tremendous. It's back to the Jim Grove era, basically. Actually, a little more consistent.
Yeah, a little better than what Grove was able to do. And Grove was known as maybe one of the best coaches in Wake Forest history.
Low bar.
Yeah, well, probably. But the job he's doing is every bit as good of a job as Mark Stoops is doing in Kentucky. Would you give me that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a lot of ways it's more difficult, though. I think he's got a more difficult job.
You start to look at the schedule. They're going to open, I believe, 3-0.
Then they've got test.
Then they've got Clemson at home.
That's right.
You get by Clemson, though, you still got to go to NC State. You know, I think a best-case scenario for Wake this year is 9 regular season wins. But I think they can get to 9 regular season wins.
Much like the Braves, they play at Truist Field. That's where they get the Clemson game, week 4. That does not matter. There'll probably be more Clemson fans there than Wake fans.
Do you know that last year when they started, I think it was 7-0 or 8-0, before their 3-point loss to North Carolina, which was a great game, just back and forth, they got up to number 10 in the polls.
It's hard to remember, but yeah.
I mean, for Wake Forest, if you would have said, hey, you guys, middle of the season will be in the top 10, you'll finish with 11 wins, and you'll play for the ACC championship, that's all incredible. I don't think there's much of a drop-off this year. This is a tough out. Can they match up with the big boys in the SEC? No. Will they be able to beat Clemson this year? Probably not. Probably won't be able to beat NC State, but the other parts of the schedule very manageable. So I see 9 wins this year for Wake Forest, and I think they are where they should be in our poll.
That is number 23 in our 40 and 40 presented by Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer's celebrating 40 years in the state of Alabama. Just food, hospitality. They do such a great job. The first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited time inflation sucks menu. Featured item of the week is fried Wickles, hand-battered, fried, sweet and spicy Wickles pickles served with a side of that scratch-made buttermilk ranch. Only $6.99 for lunch or dinner. Get in today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, when we come back, I've been challenged by Lance to come up with my 3 most fascinating. Is that what we're saying here? Fascinating, intriguing?
Yeah, I mean, however you want to phrase it.
Yeah, I think I'll go intriguing. 3 most intriguing teams to watch this year in the Southeastern Conference. That is next on the next round.
Everything Next Round on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our friend John Talty from AL.com is going to be in studio with us in a couple of weeks when his book actually comes out and you can buy it. He's going to join us 2 weeks from now, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and look at our calendar. But some of the excerpts are leaking out, like today's, that according to his reporting, Nick Saban, after the kick six, reached out to ESPN to at least have a conversation with them about him leaving for College Game Day.
Well, I can only imagine how frustrating that loss was.
That kick six finish went down hard, didn't it?
Yeah. Now, remind me, if Alabama would have won, obviously Auburn goes on to place for the national championship. Was Alabama?
They were undefeated number 1.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they're easily going to play Florida State for the national championship that year and would have been the favorites in that game. And Auburn should have won the game.
Yeah, so back to a college football playoff, Alabama probably still gets in, right?
Oh, I would imagine so, yeah. I mean, ending like that, you can't drop them much.
Yeah.
I don't know what they dropped that year. I'd have to go back and look. But, I mean, an ending like that, in fact, I got it open right now because I was just looking at last year's. You tell us about Dr. B, and I'll have that answer for you.
Hey, with age, unfortunately for most comes things falling apart, falling out, and hair loss. I asked around when it started to happen to me. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
So, of course, that was in the BCS era, Lance, and that kick six game, Alabama was 11-0 number 1. Auburn was 10-1 number 4. So that was number 1 versus number 4 already. After that game, going into the conference championship games, don't forget Ohio State was undefeated. They got upset by
Michigan State.
Mm-hmm. So after all the dust settled in the conference championship games, Florida State was 1, Auburn was 2, Alabama was 3, Michigan State was 4. That would have been your 14 playoff.
Yeah, I remember us being in Atlanta and getting on the phone with our old boss, Ryan Haney, and making plans that night after Michigan State pulled the upset. Hey, you guys are going to have to go
to Pasadena.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's something, 3-4 weeks before, there was no chance Auburn was playing for a national championship.
What would have been interesting, no, you're absolutely right. Well, you didn't think they could get past Alabama. I mean, even 1 versus 4, they were a double-digit dog in that game as I remember it. What would have been interesting is what they would have done with Alabama and Auburn because they were 2 and 3 in the rankings. Would you have wanted them to play in the semis or the finals had there been a playoff?
I think they would have split them apart. I think it
would have been hard, though, because Florida State was undefeated.
Yeah, Florida State would have been your 1.
I guess you would have had to put Alabama as the 4 seed.
Yep. Florida State would have been your 1.
Auburn 2, Michigan State 3, Alabama 4.
Yeah.
It's probably how you'd had to go.
And I think you would have seen an Alabama-Auburn.
national championship game.
I thought Florida State was really good that year. Auburn should have beaten them.
Yeah.
I think Alabama probably
would have beaten
with
them.
the extra prep time beats them, and then you have a national championship, Alabama-Auburn.
Yeah.
We just missed it by a year.
We really did. John Talty, AL.com, has written this book, and it's about the Saban era, about Nick Saban. He will be with us a couple of weeks from now, coming up Tuesday the 9th, when that book actually has hit the stands. I think he's having a book signing locally, too. He'll promote that day.
I
So if
saw
you
him
wanna
and
come out
Paul walking around together a lot.
Yeah, I
at
think he and
SEC
Paul are
Media
pretty
Days.
tight. Yeah. John's a very well-respected writer. We know John.
But they're collaborating on the book,
I think
right?
so, yeah. I think Paul has a hand in this as well. So it should be a very interesting book. And I don't know that it's been written with the blessing of Nick Saban.
I think it has.
Has it? I don't know that it has. I'll check with Paul and John and see, but I don't know that it's
Well, maybe with
the total blessing of
with
Nick Saban
excerpts
here.
getting out like this, maybe it has.
This does not feel like something that would be in a book that was written with the blessing of Nick Saban. I don't think he would ever want anybody to know he indeed considered leaving college football. Hey, it's good for him he didn't, though. I mean, think of all he's accomplished since then.
Look, I think everybody, you think about different athletes. We were both old enough to see Tom Brady retire, right?
Yeah,
or young
absolutely.
enough to see Tom Brady retire.
Kerry points out, hey, don't forget Oklahoma beat Alabama pretty badly in that Sugar Bowl, though. Yeah, but if Alabama's in the playoffs, I think that's going to go a little differently.
Much differently. That's the night we got delayed and had to go back home.
That's right. Our flight got canceled, and then we had one of the worst travel days ever the next day.
I don't think there's anything wrong with guys decompressing after a season, especially if you've been in the game this long like Nick Saban or athletes that have been in the game a long time that want to make a decision whether or not it's time to do something else.
Well, I just think a bad time to make any decision in life is when you're tired, emotional, or frustrated. And I think Nick Saban is smart enough to know that.
So was the report hours after the loss?
Oh, I don't know how soon after. I don't think it was on the trip back to Tuscaloosa.
What I'm saying is probably a couple of weeks after, maybe he reaches out and just sees what options are.
Yeah, that one had to be hard to get rid of in your mind.
Well, I wonder for Alabama fans where that ranks on the all-time worst list.
It's
worst
got to
loss.
be, I think, there. Yes.
You think it's?
I think it is the all-time worst. I mean, think of everything.
that or comeback, right?
Even the comeback, though, you weren't playing for a national championship.
No, but
you were
weren't.
stopping Auburn from winning one. I think this one.
And Auburn didn't win one in 13, so if you would have held on to that lead, they don't win one in 2010, and then Alabama fans can point way back to what, 48?
I think
58. When was it?
Yeah, I think the 57. I think the kick six sticks with you for a lot of reasons. Number one, just the nature of the play. Number two is at Jordan Hare, which maybe comeback's worse because it was in Bryant-Denny. I don't know. Number three, you still have not stopped seeing the video. It still gets showed to you every time. Auburn has changed coaches, and that video will never die. It cost you a national championship. I mean, I'm with you. I think Auburn should have beaten Florida State. I think Alabama would have too. I mean, that was one of the most costly single plays in Alabama history.
And just a weird game.
Just a weird game.
Was it Amari Cooper that had the drop in the end zone?
I mean, and it all, to me, after everything, Alabama goes for a fourth down deep in their territory because the kicking game was completely undependable in that game. If they pick that fourth down up, the game's over. It never even gets to that point. You had the opportunity to stop them in a controversy, a play Nick Saban complained about. It was a controversial play on the man downfield, the touchdown that even forced overtime. Then you get a second added back. If you don't get that second added back, you might win the game in overtime. So many things happened in that game that led to that one play.
Do you think if Justin Tucker is kicking for Alabama,
they win the game? Happens? Yes, they win the game. I think your idea was one of the great lines from LT was, well, they should have had Landon Collins as the holder.
You tackled it, man.
Yeah, you can tackle it.
He would have, right?
Because, I mean, Alabama didn't come particularly close to getting Chris Davis out of bounds.
It really wasn't close.
Well, because once Chris Davis catches the ball, you have got the least athletic guys on the field.
But I'll always admit this. I never thought that was a scenario.
No, nor did I. Like, I thought surely the guy stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, well, and
either the back of the end zone or along the sidelines.
I just thought either he's going to make this miraculous kick or we're going to overtime.
Yeah,
I remember at Lance's house watching it live, and I just started laughing. It was like dead silence. I just started laughing.
Everybody was in shock.
How many Alabama fans were there? Was it like
a lot?
Was it a 50-50 crowd?
I'm sure it was a gambling crowd, too. I'm not sure.
Oh, really?
No.
You think some money might have been on that game?
I think anybody that had Bama, that was already over.
Because they were double-digit favorite.
I think there were a couple of Auburn fans. It was a majority Alabama.
By the way, was it the lock that day?
It might have been.
Been a bad way to lose a lock.
I did like Bama in that game. I kept playing it. I kept fading Auburn because of the way they were winning. I mean, Georgia
I
had
remember.
that.
Trust me, I remember that.
Georgia had that game covered.
Yeah, trust me. I remember the fact that you continuously picked
I did
against
watch
Auburn.
the were you there for the Georgia game, Rocky? The prayer Jordan Hare?
Did I see it?
No, were you at my house? Because
Is that the one where you said-
Ken West is a big Georgia fan. He was over there watching.
Was that the one that was like 4th and 18?
Yeah,
Whatever?
this is the tip in the air.
Fourth and 21, right?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I was there for that because you were like 18 yards or something. Like you kept asking me, how did he get 21 yards or whatever it was.
No, he didn't get 21. He got a lot more than that.
Yeah.
He got a full touchdown.
He got a full touchdown. I was standing on the sidelines of that one.
Yeah, that was just
I was
as
standing on the sidelines of both of them. Yeah.
You know what? I think percentage-wise, that is a more difficult play to score on than the kick six.
Oh, I would agree. The kick six was good coaching and skill.
Yeah.
The prayer Jordan Hare was complete luck. I mean, the ball just bounces up in the air. You keep running, comes right in your hands. I mean, that was just luck right there.
I mean, literally.
Nick Marshall threw it to the wrong guy. Nick Marshall has the guy open underneath for the first down to extend the game.
Yeah, I think with personnel on field for kick six, out of 100 times, you probably score 30. About 30% of the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to have the kick be short enough for you to return it. Yeah.
Because Alabama didn't have the right personnel out there, and Auburn did.
Yeah, once Chris Davis gets the ball in his hand, you got a kicker, a holder, and a bunch of fat linemen. You're not getting the guy down to the ground.
But I think we go back to the Nick Marshall throw. That out of 100 maybe gets executed two or three times.
You saw the one time, I think.
Yeah, or maybe one.
Yeah, I think you saw the one time out of 100 that goes perfectly. I mean, maybe it gets batted up in the air. He catches it for a first down.
What was it again? 4th and 18. 4th and 18.
He keeps saying that?
Yeah, he kept saying, what was it again?
That's when I used to gamble a little more than I probably should have.
How about Blake? He says he won tickets off our show for that Auburn-Georgia game. Well, you're welcome, Blake.
Yeah,
we sent you to one of the great moments in Auburn
we
football
really
history.
did.
Texas A&M, Arkansas, South Carolina.
Those are your three.
I mean, you could do a lot. Auburn, obviously, Brian Harsin watch all year long.
My number 3 is Tennessee.
Tennessee's intriguing, yeah.
Yeah, because, people are saying they're ready to make this next step in year 2 under Heupel. They've got what could be an elite quarterback in Hendon Hooker. Got to get the defense right. Number 2 for me is Texas A&M because I think there is so much pressure now on Jimbo Fisher.
Yep.
And then number 1 for me is Auburn just because that is the true guy that is on a hot seat. The front end of the schedule is so manageable. The back end is so difficult. And I think it's just going to be a roller coaster ride.
Yeah. I just think Arkansas has got that crazy good schedule. I mean, you could see anything from a 4-8 to a 10-2 for Arkansas, probably. I mean, there's so much on the table for them, and they're an entertaining team. I mean, the way Bryles runs that offense.
I'm starting to. I mean, I think we already believe in Sam Pittman, but last year I said this going into the season. They were 3-7. That was shocking in 2020. I think they could be better this year, but the record might not be as good. And they might not win 3 or 4 games.
South Carolina's the same way. I think they could be better and their record be the exact same.
But Arkansas won 9, and they should have beaten Ole Miss.
I know. Yeah, that was a tight game. Went down to the very end. So there you go. A&M, Arkansas, South Carolina, I considered Auburn too. Lance's Lock coming up a little bit later on. You know where you're going tonight? Or what are we looking for? It's only baseball, right?
Yeah, only baseball. We're going to have 2 plays up for you. We had 2 plays up last night. We split. So we're looking for 2-0 tonight.
Hemp Hill Services brings you the lock. If it's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, Hemp Hill Services, Adam and Chad, they are the team that can make it right. They fix it right the first time, and they do it for a fair price. It's who we trust. It's who Birmingham has trusted since 1954. 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090 for Hemp Hill Services. 4 downs next on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. LT's neighbor on the John Talty report from his book. In the chat room, LT's neighbor says, pretty obvious Saban was the point where he was either going to make a move or decide to work until he can't be at Bama. And he decided to work till he can't be at Bama. I don't see the problem. I evaluate my future every time my alarm goes off, he says. I mean, I guess that's the way those guys work. I don't know.
I just get pissed off when it goes off.
You know, there was a time that, I couldn't really decide what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I mean, after we had done what we have done so long, and then we finally got together on this.
Well, I mean, first of all, I misread.
And this is a big change.
A huge change. I misread what he said. He'll work until he can't at Bama. What he means by that is I'll just work till I have to retire at Bama. Yeah, I mean, you said point blank pretty early in our 3-year contract to do a morning show that I will not sign another contract to do a morning show. And at the time, we had 3 years left on our contract with Cumulus. And I'm thinking, they're not just going to voluntarily move us back to the middle of the day. They moved us to mornings for a reason. But ultimately, you were right. You never signed another contract to do a morning show. And what we're doing now is far superior.
It really is. And I just think people get burned out at certain things. Look, Nick Saban, that's all he knows is coaching. But, when you lose a game like that, I'm sure you look back, you've accomplished everything you can accomplish. Or I say that. He obviously has accomplished more since. But, you can understand why you want to take a breather and figure out what you want to do with the rest of your life.
But I have learned, and I don't know about you guys, but I have learned that there is a time annually. This happens to me every year, January, February, March, somewhere in there, I'm a little burned out on doing this. But I have learned that I either need to take some time off then, or just push through, and it gets better.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it is, but I find that every year there's a little piece of time in that first quarter of each year where I'm a little burned out on it.
Yeah, I will say this venue, it just really hasn't happened.
Well, I don't know that I suffered from it this year. There's a different type of challenge now.
Because I'll tell you, when I first started working in radio, like the first 2 or 3 years, like Sundays I didn't mind. Like I knew Monday I was getting up and going to work, and I was excited about it. And then there was about 15 or 20 years where I wasn't necessarily excited about it. And now it just day to day just doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I never got to the point where Lance was, where like I am not signing another contract to do mornings. I mean, Daniel says, I knew the day they moved y'all to mornings, it was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I did too.
I mean, ultimately it was. I didn't realize it at the time, but ultimately it was the beginning.
Well, I was trying to figure out things behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I was talking to certain people without you guys because I knew you wouldn't care. No, about just doing a different time.
Yeah. I never got to the point where I said, like, I'm not going to sign another contract, but I do remember many times leaving my neighborhood in the pitch blackness thinking, this is the next 12 or 13 years of my life, probably. I don't know that there's no relief. There's no like, for a week, you can come to work at 8 o'clock. You don't have to wake up at 4 a.m. That's never going to happen. It's only my days off for the weekends that I ever even get to sleep a decent amount of time.
I'm not saying there's a correlation here, but I was talking to Jack about Dr. B the other day, and he's like, I really started to notice that spot on the back of your head about 4 years ago. We started doing mornings. I really think it was stress.
Yeah.
I really do. I think it was.
Stressed the hell out.
By that spot, he means the spot that's right here?
Yeah. I really do. I think stress has got something to do with that. And I think the stress on the body of having to get up every morning. And for the first couple of years, I was getting up at 3:45, and then I dialed that back.
It's just your body is not, and I know we got a lot of people that are watching us laughing now because they've been getting up at 4 a.m. for 30 years. I just don't know that I don't think you can ever get used to it. Like I talked to Rick and Bubba when we first got moved, and I remember Rick Burgess telling me, you're never going to get used to it. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I'm still not accustomed to getting up that early.
Well, everybody on the Howard Stern show is multimillionaires, but Jackie bailed out early because of mornings, remember?
And he wanted more money. He kept saying, I deserve the show, and then got.
But if he would have held on, he would have gotten plenty of money.
Yes. Yeah, but he thinks I need to make what Howard's making, what Robin's making. Yeah. I'm the one that needs to make that too. And they're like, no, we don't. We don't need you that badly.
But, even Howard Stern got to the point where he barely works now. So it wore on him, and he made enough money and got enough power that he's just like, I may do this 3 days a week sometimes.
He does 3 days a week, and he gets, for Labor Day, he'll take 3 weeks off.
Yeah, so even he was like, I'm not going to keep doing it. It's just, I don't know that you can ever get used to it.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I don't think you can.
And we are far from busting blocks on this show, but it's just that constant waking up at 4:30 in the morning.
But he's also of that old radio mentality where he wants drive time, where they've given Sirius probably given, if you want a 1 o'clock show, we'll do it. And he's just like, no, I still want to do the 6 a.m. I just want to do 3 days a week.
That is the cool thing about this industry now is really we can do it whenever we want.
We
proved that in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You consume this when you want.
Right.
I like the schedule we're on now.
Yeah.
I don't think 9's too early.
No.
Getting off at 1, we can basically do whatever we want.
Yeah. As Lunsford said, I know people need to listen to something on their morning commute, but I always thought 6 a.m. was too early. Well,
I just didn't know a lot of people that got up that early.
Apparently some other people thought a morning show didn't need to start at 6 a.m. either.
You remember the movie 9 to 5. That used to be work hours for most people.
I know.
Bad boss.
Oh, I hated it too. I was okay doing the morning show when it was daylight when we started. There's a 3-month window when we would start during the daylight. But then there's 9 months where it's dark when we started. That was pretty dang miserable. I got to be honest with you. It just didn't feel right.
Well, did it feel right when we did 4 to 7 when we were leaving and it started?
Oh, I hated afternoons. I like mornings better than I liked afternoons. Hated afternoons. When we were done at 6 and we would leave and it was dark, I was miserable. I hated it.
I still think mornings were worse than afternoons. Midday was the best.
Midday was always the best.
And I consider this midday.
Yeah, it was 9 to 1. It's about as
but
midday
I
as it
still
gets.
get up
Yeah.
early. I still get up at 6. What time do you get up?
Whenever I wake up, but it's 6:30 most.
I mean,
mornings.
I was swimming at 6:30 this morning.
Yeah. I made the promise to myself when we started our own thing and we left mornings, I will never routinely wake up to an alarm clock again. I
still have to set mine.
I never set an alarm clock. I said then I'm never waking up to an alarm again.
And I usually
regularly.
beat it, but it's insurance.
No, I don't even have
usually
one set up.
Wake up before, but I got to have
Well,
it.
my alarm, house alarm, went off last night at 4:30 in the morning.
Yep.
That's always good.
What did Lady Bird do?
She didn't do anything.
Hopefully attack the assailant. Yeah. Hey, we need to do 4 downs. We're going to run out of time if I don't do it now. 4 downs presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th there in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop in or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
NFL training camp's in full swing right now, so I'm going to go 4 NFL 4 downs questions for you. First one, bigger surprise this past offseason, Tom Brady came back out of retirement or Sean Payton actually retired?
That Sean Payton retired. Like, I could have seen Sean Payton walking away and going to the Cowboys or something, but just walking away from the game. Yeah, that's a little bit surprising to me that he just plain retired. Yeah, I think I'd go with that one.
And he was known as one of the best coaches in the NFL, but he had so many good Saints teams. If I'm a Saints fan, it's almost like Green Bay. There was so much meat left on the bone.
Right.
You win one for me in 2009, and then you go 13 more years, and we're so close many times.
So many times, especially to bring the two together. The game they lost to your Rams on the controversial play, and the game they lost to the Buccaneers. I mean, both those teams could have won a Super Bowl, no doubt.
Easily.
Yep.
Second down.
Bigger impact in 2022. I know the way you're going to want to answer it, but try to be objective.
I will. I hate it when you do this to me.
Tyreek Hill or Devontae Adams?
I would probably say Devontae Adams. I mean, I think Carr is a more proven quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. And I think Devontae Adams and Hill are like receivers. I mean, I don't know how you separate those two.
Yeah, I mean, I think Devontae's the better receiver. Hill's got
the
more
better
speed.
playmaker. Yeah, I mean, Hill's a more versatile guy, but Devontae Adams, true receiver, is a better receiver. And Carr's the more proven of the two quarterbacks. So I'd probably go Adams.
I think I would go Adams too.
Third down.
In the AFC North, who has the better year, Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow had his appendix removed today. Not that affects this question. I was just going to point that out. He did. He had his appendix removed. I saw breaking news.
I'm not accusing you of lying.
That is a really random thing. Any of you guys ever had your appendix?
I've still got my appendix.
I'm going to knock on wood because I really don't want to get it done now.
When that thing bursts, I don't want to have that pain.
But I had a friend not long ago, a couple years ago.
Do you all have your spleen? Can't you sometimes have your spleen removed?
You can have your gallbladder removed.
I've still got tonsils, which I wish I didn't have, spleen.
You know, I think I've got everything. I've got tonsils, spleen, gallbladder, and appendix. I've got it all. I'm the full package. Just the way God made me, right, sir?
Lamar Jackson has put on 15 pounds of muscle at 220. He looks
That's
great.
huge, though, because he's been a little slight frame. Yeah. If he keeps his speed with that kind of muscle.
Yeah, I think Lamar Jackson.
I think I'll go Lamar Jackson.
I think he's going to have a big year.
Yeah, I think I'll go. It's a contract year for him, too, right?
Yeah,
they still haven't gotten a deal.
I wouldn't be surprised if Baltimore makes a Super Bowl run.
Like if he tears it up in the first 5, if they don't have that deal yet, and he tears it up in the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season, you look for him to become the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Or at least second highest paid.
Yeah, I think he might become the highest paid.
Yeah.
You know, Cincinnati had that magical run there last year, but no Roethlisberger, no Deshaun Watson to start. The division to me is either Cincinnati or Baltimore, and I've got more confidence in Baltimore, the organization overall.
Yeah. Don't forget, Cincinnati was a good team. They got hot in the playoffs, though.
Yep.
They hit it at the right time. And in the regular season, though, they were just a good team. They were a good, solid team.
Fourth down.
More starts in 2022, Jimmy Garoppolo or Deshaun Watson?
I'll go to Deshaun Watson. I keep thinking he'll get a full season suspension, but more and more I read, that seems less likely. I don't know if anybody knows, but that seems less likely. But I think if Deshaun Watson's available half the season, he'll get more starts than Garoppolo.
What's going to be fascinating if Trey Lance is not good, because Kyle Shanahan's still got a really good roster.
I mean, we're opening camps now, so Garoppolo getting dealt is highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. There's not really a market for him, so I think San Francisco is going to hold on to Garoppolo.
Yeah.
But again, if they struggle at all, like they struggled early last year, but if they do that with Trey Lance, do they make the move back to Garoppolo? Garoppolo's not 100% right now because of the shoulder surgery, but I would lean to Deshaun Watson. But again, he could be out the entire year as well, so we'll see.
That's Four Downs, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th right there in Pell City. Locally owned and operated. These guys do a great job. Anything you need, bumper to bumper. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, we put the wraps on the next round, presented by Bud Light next. Just 80 calories, 0 carbs. Get it where you get your beer. Bud Light next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Putting the wraps on the next round. A lot has happened today. Big 12 Media Days, or excuse me, Big 10 Media Days going on at Lucas Oil Stadium. Kevin Warren has yet again come out in 100% in favor of an expanded playoff. That puts he and Greg Sankey on the same page there. I mean, as you add USC and UCLA, I think you would be even more in favor of it. You've got to think USC with Lincoln Riley would at least get back to a program that could be an expanded playoff some. I'm a 12-team playoff. I think USC under Lincoln Riley would be a perennial favorite to at least be part of that.
Yeah, I mean, even this year, look, I'm not one of those that believe, but when you look at the schedule, if USC with that brand went 10-2 in the Big Ten, you know, they could get into a 12-team playoff easily.
Cool story from a restaurant that I think is a touch overrated, personally, but their CEO is doing something cool after Lance tells us about Gutter Cap. I like Gutter Cap CEO too.
I was going to. I like him a lot. He's one of my favorites, but I'm assuming this restaurant's not a sponsor?
They are not a sponsor. I would not call one of our sponsors overrated even if I believed it.
And they never will be?
Well, there's potentially will be. They are just now expanding to Alabama.
205-823-2212. Patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart. You don't want to get on the roof to clean the gutters out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Have you ever eaten at a Raising Cane's?
I was going to guess Raising Cane's.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's awful. I'm just saying
I've never had it, though.
People from Louisiana talk about it like it is, you know, like God made special chickens for the chicken fingers that you get at Raising Cane's. I don't think it's that markedly different from Zaxby's or Chick-fil-A or, I mean, they're chicken, right? Now, Sterling's, that's on a different level, but they're not really like a fast food joint drive-through like this place is. But I will applaud Todd Graves, who is their CEO. Todd Graves, he's actually the founder, not just CEO, the founder of Raising Cane's. He's buying a $2 Mega Million lottery ticket for every single one of his employees. He's got 50,000 employees, so simple math, he's going to spend $100,000 on this.
Yeah, well, one on wins, he lost an employee.
That's true. The lottery officials have raised the grand prize to $810 million.
Oh, so they already had the drawing?
I don't know. No, the drawing's held tonight.
It's just that somebody had a drawing last week and nobody claimed it.
Nobody claimed it, so it's tonight.
Well, let me see. I've got a ticket, so I got to see if this is
if any of these tickets, he says every Cane's employee stands to win thousands of dollars. So I don't know that he's buying like one, here's your ticket, here's your ticket. He's buying 50,000 tickets, and I guess they'll just split up the pie if they win it. Well, that's a cool gesture by him, right? He doesn't have to do that.
It's really cool, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this was
your winnings.
This was for Friday, July 22nd.
That's what they're doing. They're splitting it up. It's everybody gets the same amount.
Yeah, I didn't win.
Well, what?
Oh, it's back on tonight. Is your ticket not good for tonight? Do you have to buy new ones?
Think so. Yeah.
Boy, I tell you what, I had to stop at a convenience store in Georgia. It's a pain in the butt, man, when you get behind those people buying lottery tickets. And I'm just waiting to buy a soda. Diet Mountain Dew right there in my hand, nice and cold.
Well, if you've got one for tonight, your odds aren't good.
Well, they're never good in the lottery.
Play Lance's luck.
That's going to do it for the next round. We are back with you Wednesday, 9 o'clock. Have a great afternoon.